Ha. He's got a lady name as a guy. Ha ha ha.
To enjoy it both here and at home and keep these drivers and teams safe and healthy. We give you praise for all of our freedoms. Bless those who serve to protect our lives and liberty. And finally, God, we plead for our great nation, that you would not turn us over to our sins, but that you would guide our hearts toward the grace and truth that is found only in the Lord Jesus Christ, who had no sin but became sin for us, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God. In the name of Jesus, amen.
And here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the University of Mount Olive, Carolina Sound.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets back there, the bombs burst clear, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play with balls.
Final race of the
All right, Watermelon.
Cup Series is
Let's get it done today, buddy.
We'll get the engines fired here at Darlington next on USA.
The Ergo Smart Base
I wanna
from
see a
Tempur-Pedic
smashed watermelon at the end of the
automatically
race.
responds to snoring, so no more hiding under your pillow, because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it. Don't miss our biggest sale of the year with savings up to $700 on select adjustable mattress sets.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Saturday, college football is on NBC and Peacock. First up, Notre Dame's home opener from South Bend. Then in prime time,
That's my team.
Nebraska. There's no stopping him on Big Ten Saturday night. And cap off the night with a Peacock exclusive, Boise State, Oregon. Saturday on NBC and Peacock.
Does Notre Dame play?
Thank you.
Who'd that say,
The
Seth?
roar and the fists in the air.
Damn.
Thank you for the unsat-in seat and the well-worn dedication. Thank you for the first race and the lost count race. Thank you for passing it on and on and on. To millions of you, millions of thanks from everyone at NASCAR.
Introducing Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, privates, and beyond.
Like, I feel like
I'm Dr.
even if
Shannon
Ross
Green,
misses
inventor
the
of whole body
playoffs,
deodorant.
I feel
Mando,
like
it's
I'm
clinically
still
proven to
making
block
the right
odor all
decision.
day and controls odor for 72 hours. And before you say it, Mando works better than a shower with soap alone. Rather than covering up BO with
Because let's
heavy
be honest here,
fragrance,
Seth. How many
Mando's unique
seasons do you think
formula
AD is
stops
gonna
odor
run
before it
full
starts.
time in
That's my
Cup?
secret to better
It's
odor
not gonna be
control
very
ever.
much. He's
Mando's
not gonna
unlike
have. He's
anything
not
you've
gonna
ever
be
tried
around very
before. Get over
much
30%
longer.
off at shopmando.com.
Because RCR extended him what, one more season or 2 years? I think it was one.
The capital as bitter rivals square off. With bragging rights on the line in the North London derby.
He's got to close tonight, doesn't he? Oh.
Arsenal. This is the
And his driver has actually got speed. Yeah.
on USA.
Well, you know he's watching at work.
Countdown to Green is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Yeah, because I'm focused more on the race. It's time to turn off Kingdom Come Deliverance and turn on college football when I get back in from smoking.
Southern 500. Hell yeah.
Don't have yet.
EF8. What I'm talking about. Great work, man.
Hell yeah. Last year.
Say Ross only has what, Coda and
Hell yeah, guys. Great job today.
Coda, Talladega, Nashville, and Phoenix.
got 4. Wow. Ross has been what, full time in the Cup Series for what? As long as Reddick? I think him and Reddick were rookies at the same time, weren't they?
Can be a career-defining moment for a driver, and tonight it could also mean a spot in the playoffs.
So I know Ross ran the 42 for Chip, and then it was the one in 22 on, right?
Might have the best car in the field. In fact, one crew chief in the garage.
Oh, so Ross only been in the Cup Series 21?
Lights out. Can he put an emphatic stamp, winning at the Southern 500 and also claiming the regular season title, Kim?
Marty, the playoffs will be officially set at the end of tonight's race, and Ross Chastain currently finds himself outside of it. 18th on the playoff grid, 27 points behind the elimination line. Pointing his way in is still an option, but Ross said it would just be way easier to come out and win this thing. He almost did that here last year in May, leading until a very late caution crash with Kyle Larson. He did win.
I know he's been like in the Xfinity Series and the Truck Series
but he told me, Dave, this
since like the mid-teens.
Very quickly.
Christopher Bell knows that very well. His best finish here is 5th. He's never won the Southern 500. Would like to do that tonight.
When was his first full-time season? 21.
But the bigger picture for him is that he's got a couple of positions he can gain in the regular season. More playoff points, more points you can carry throughout the championship.
Because Ross replaced Larson, right? When Larson left for
Dale Jarrett. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool moment, isn't it?
That is an awesome moment here at Darlington.
By the way, how about this? I don't know what's better, the drive in the Cale Yarborough's car, but getting over the pit wall.
And Ross replaced Kenseth, right?
There's a reason Dale Jarrett's a legend. Okay?
Dale Jarrett.
Just added to the legend of Dale Jarrett.
But you got to drive your dad's car around this place just like this.
Dude.
I mean, what a moment.
What a moment. Got to drive my dad's car. Got to drive the 72 Mercury for the Wood Brothers, David Pearson. This is an honor.
After more than 8,000 miles of racing over 28 weeks, it all comes down to this. Time to get the engines fired.
It's so crazy that we've already... I feel like we just were at Daytona.
Darlington Raceway, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Please welcome Cookout Representative Rue Reeves.
Driver, start your engine!
Yeah. So
Like, does it not feel like we were just at Daytona?
Every race car driver wants to be a Southern 500 champion. It's one of the most prestigious trophies in all of motorsports because it's one of the most difficult racetracks in the entire world. It starts with this asphalt. This stuff is coarse. It eats the rubber right off the tires. The car drives horrible, and then to do well, you got to put the car right here on the boards. You got to be right against it. You got to all night.
Like he had more part-time starts than like a whole season.
You get too close, you hit it, your night's over. Green flag.
Eligible for an exemption in sole discretion of the panel-based on evaluation of driver's resume, provided such a driver meets eligibility.
Simple shopping. That's all I want. I just want things to be fast and easy.
Yeah, join the club.
I want it here already.
The baby?
No, our groceries. I wish we could get same-day delivery.
Yeah, join the club.
What?
You know, stay in my car.
Ross had 79 one-offs before he...
Yeah, join the club and get free curbside pickup. We bring it to you.
See, she brings it to me.
Plus, members now get free delivery from Club on qualifying orders
That's
$50
wild.
or more.
How old is Ross? He's like in his... He's like Austin Dillon's age, isn't he? Mid-30s?
Or blasting the air conditioning because the Temper Breeze feels up to 10 degrees cooler.
I know he's not like
Don't miss our
super
biggest sale
young.
of the year with savings up to $700.
He's got to be at least like 35. Oh, he's younger than AD.
Is coming to the scene.
All right, so I even went out and got a younger driver too. Even better.
Weeks of action, including every playoff race. Exclusively on
If you think about it, for like racing is one of those weird sports where like drivers usually don't start hitting their peak until their 30s, like late 20s and like early 30s.
Check your local listings.
Yeah, but he's starting to get into like prime age of like
I
racing.
really tried sleeping with it, everybody, but I'm done struggling. Now I sleep with Inspire.
Inspire?
Inspire's a sleep apnea treatment that works inside my body with just a click of this button.
A button? No mask? No hose?
Just sleep.
Yeah, but you need the hose, you need the air, you need the...
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Welcome to Darlington, South Carolina, one of the toughest racetracks on the NASCAR
Darlington.
circuit. Because of its egg shape, turns 3 and 4 are more narrow than turns 1 and 2. Well, why is that the case? Because Harold Brasington owned the property where the racetrack is built, but his neighbor owned this minnow pond. And Mr. Brasington did not want to disrupt the minnow pond. And I say, thank you, Mr. Brasington.
The winners of Darlington are Hall of Famers. Think about who's won here. It's the best of the best. It is also about the tradition of family. The Pettys, the Jarretts, the best there are in the sport.
To tame this track tonight, the drivers must put the car on the edge and an inch from this wall. Generations of drivers have been branded with the Darlington stripe. It can ruin your night, but it's also a rite of passage when you dance with this old track.
This race is a Labor Day tradition. What better way to end the regular season than a party in Victory Lane? One driver will add their face to this legendary trophy. The tradition, the history, a win.
Is that Brad?
Brad's on there
Let's
too.
set the playoff grid.
Smith,
This is
Kyle
the Southern
Busch.
500.
It can be the race that
Hey,
you
Diffie.
will remember forever if you drive to Victory Lane. Darlington defines the best who can handle the biggest challenge of a track that is uncompromising. Oh, and by the way, throw it into the mix that it's your last chance to make the playoffs. The wait's over. The Cookout Southern 500, the annual classic.
What in the like Sims menu music are we listening to get warmed up for this race?
Welcome to NBC Sports on
Yeah, we're
USA's
rolling.
coverage of this time-honored tradition. Let's show you how they're going to line up because it was a terrific qualifying story following on from last week in Daytona where it was all front row. More surprises yesterday with Bubba Wallace breaking almost a one-year drought, grabbing the pole, and Carson Hocevar starting alongside him. Well, he is the youngest to ever start on the front row here at
best ever
Darlington
start
in
for a
Cup
Spire car
competition.
for
Let's
Carson
get
Hocevar.
going with things. We kick it off with Dave Burns. Dave-O?
A little bit more, Lee, on the Bubba Wallace story. Remember, he last week told us he was going to put the weight on his shoulders to do well here.
Ross
And he
is
knows about
22nd.
last chances to get into the playoffs. He is the first man out just below the cutoff line, 21 points behind
Hill.
the cutoff line. So he's got to do well here. He has won the pole, as you said, and that's the best start he could have given his team so far, Kim.
Dave, Ryan Blaney qualified 7th here. So where does the defending championship team stand as the regular season comes to an end? Well, crew chief Jonathan Hassler told me compared to last year, they are better all around. Their speed is better. They know the direction they need to go. They have been better on pit road. Hassler said their strategy should be straightforward tonight, and their goal is to leave here 4th in the regular season point standings, Marty.
Kim, one final shot for two-time champ Kyle Busch to make the playoffs for the 12th straight year. Busch is a two-time Darlington winner, but Randall Burnett told me they have a bit of work to do tonight. It is win or bust if the playoffs are in the cards for Kyle Busch this evening. Meanwhile, another two-time champ, Joey Logano, is locked in the playoffs, and he told me he's hoping to continue the momentum the 22 team has been building over the last few weeks. Logano said we're peaking at the right time. Diff, we'll see if Logano can get Darlington win number 2 this evening.
It's going to be a great night ahead, Marty, that's for sure. Hi, folks. Lee Diffie, along with a crew chief who won here in the Southern 500, Steve Letarte. Stevie, when you come here, the history just grips you. You're a huge golf fan, right? It's like going to Augusta National in Georgia. But why has it been so special for so long?
Well, it starts because the challenge has stood the test of time. It doesn't matter, but for the last 75 years, the speeds at this egg-shaped original...
Who is the short king on the left? That Lee Diffie?
Always been the challenge of the
He's so short.
competitors. But this venue, it's historic. It's Fenway Park,
Oh.
Lambeau Field. Madison Square Garden. Every once in a
Is
while,
this
the
where Ty
venue
Gibbs
is as
gets
famous
his
as the
first
event.
career win?
Quite often say you've got to respect
I
the
hope
track
not.
more than the competitors. How do you get it done? That's what Cliff Daniels wants to do.
That means
Let's
Ross
dial him
can't
up.
point. Well, Ross probably actually because Ty Gibbs is point locked, right?
Catch it.
No, technically not.
Oh,
Hey, Cliff, it's Letard and the guys in the booth. You got to come.
all right. Well, I need either him or Bubba to wreck out. That'd be pretty lit.
I tease Briscoe.
Hey, Cliff, it's Letard and the guys in the booth. You got a copy?
No.
No.
It's Dawson in the car. That's why they can't say nothing. That's why Dawson ain't
All
here.
right,
He's right there.
Give that a little try later.
Well,
New
why don't you
technology.
answer for Cliff?
Well, listen, I want to let everybody know that Cliff, the crew chief for Kyle Larson, he's found his way to, there he is sitting right there. He's found his way to victory lane in the Southern 500. He's agreed to take his time, and he's going to talk to us. I'm going to jump on and talk to him a couple times over the course of the evening. This is a nearly 4-hour
Can't wait for
event,
Ross to go from like the
sometimes
back
over
to the
4 hours.
front
We're
in
gonna
like
hear the
2 laps.
challenges
Everyone's like,
that
"What?"
Cliff and his team are facing from on top
Or he
of the
wrecks himself, and I'm just like,
Winning that car. Oh.
Marty, what you got?
Hey, Diff, Ty Gibbs does not need a win to make the playoffs, but he does need a simple, solid night. Right now, plus 39 above the cut line.
So
Chris
all Ty
Taylor told
Gibbs
me
needs is
the
just
way
a
I'm
good
looking
day.
at it, I
That's
honestly
all
have
Ty
to
Gibbs
assume
needs.
there will be a new winner tonight. So I'm approaching it like the 17 is the car I'm racing. I cannot be further than a couple of points away from him in each stage. Fascinating battle within the battle tonight to watch, Kim.
Chase Elliott ran yesterday's Xfinity Series race, finishing fourth. And Chase admittedly has struggled at Darlington and wanted the extra seat time to better himself for tonight's race. He said running that race last night, he definitely feels like he learned a couple of things that will help him here today. This team is still in the hunt for the regular season championship. Just
I have to refill the water.
I
have to refill the water.
Some work to do tonight, Dave. Rolling off from the 20th
I might miss green
position.
flag. Will you stop licking my toes, you nasty fuck?
And that is to win tonight in the Southern
Sorry.
The 14 car is good,
Ew.
but it needs to win the race.
Ooh.
It's out of the points as far as making it in. So what did Chase do? He qualified third.
No, this
Is that a
fucking
one-hit
little
wonder?
weasel
No,
that
not
we
according to
have.
Crew Chief Richard Boswell. They had a practice where they
She's a
ran
fucking
long runs,
retard.
and over the long run, the 14 was
You're
very good as
retarded,
well.
aren't you?
He said we just hit the balance right in qualifying to put ourselves up front. We want to stay there. We want to win our way in. Lee?
Dave, let's remind everybody at home just what's at stake here again by looking. If you're in yellow, you're good. You go into the playoffs next week in Atlanta. If you're in white, if you're above that cut line or below, there's a lot on the line here tonight. Feeling a little more confident if you're Martin Truex Jr., but the closer you get to that red line, the more nerve-wracking it is, the more pressure-filled it is. Like the pole sitter in the Air Force Camry, Bubba Wallace, who is 21 on the wrong side of that cut line.
And we've talked, this is your first trip to Darlington, Lee, and you continue to ask, like, what makes it special from a competitor? And it's just the lack of gimmicks. There's nowhere to hide. There's no secret to be good at this racetrack. You have to have a great pit crew, a great race car driver, and a great race car. That's very hard to do. And then be nearly perfect all day long. If you think you're going to be perfect, you're crazy. You're absolutely going to touch this wall, Jeff. You talked about it. You were just out there in the pre-race. You showed us a nice clean painted wall, but you can see all the scuff marks from the years. You have to accept mistakes are going to happen.
They are going to happen, Steve, and the key is how they happen. The angle at which you brush the wall. If you hit it, you know, with the right front too hard, it's going to damage the car. If you hit the right side at the same time, the right front, the right rear, you can get by with that as long as it's not too hard of a hit. The key is for 500 miles. You have to operate at 99.9%. You can't go right around and say, I'm not going to hit the wall, because you're going to get lapped. So you got to operate right at the edge of grip, and if you cross over it, you're going to hit the wall.
Ready to operate at 99.9% is our Marty.
Oh, are they going green yet?
Well, let's go for not quite 100.
Oh, thank God.
As you said, 99.9.
What is Ben
Let's chat
Kaplan?
with Cliff
Chat,
Daniels. So the guys in the
Kaplan.
booth talking about how you can't quite be at 100% all night long here. Why is that the case at Darlington?
Yeah, really, Darlington's just all about racing the track. And, you know, our team is, we've learned that the good and the bad way in the past. And, you know, so much confidence in our team tonight.
Time
so
for
much confidence
500 miles.
Tonight we're leading owners points. That's something we've tried hard to earn, you know, all year. Of course, we're gonna go try to get the driver's
cigarettes.
license tonight, but big thanks to everybody at HinderCars.com.
Well, I can't wait to watch the fucking AI race
You know, we're gonna stay locked in,
reimagined.
race the track, do our thing, and we'll see where we end up.
And Diff, they're also going to try and defend their Southern 500 win from last year.
Good stuff, Marty. Thank you. Let's go inside the 23 team for that last-minute pep talk. Have a listen.
You got me, Bubba? I got you, dog. All right, man. Proud of you. Go after it. No prisoners. Yes, sir. Thanks.
Good stuff. This man showed tremendous resilience and guts yesterday. Bubba Wallace, not once, but in 2 qualifying runs, to show how determined and how driven he is to race his way into the playoffs, just like Harrison Burton did. It's time to bring the action at Darlington Raceway. It is time to continue one of the best traditions in racing. It's time for the Southern 500.
And Hocevar did not go.
Listen to that awesome roar.
Here comes Larson.
Here comes Larson.
Oh God,
Already.
it's not like this. Set this in shambles.
Hocevar's been shuffled back a couple of positions as Reddick moves his way up to 3rd.
Yep, they just watched it at work.
And the question begs, does the guy we saw in qualifying as Reddick was ducking low to try and make an early move, then thinks about
Reddick's
it
already
twice?
third. We're
Does
already
the man
making
we saw
moves.
yesterday in qualifying in Bubba Wallace, does he continue that trend here tonight?
Well, when I talked to Booty Barker today, he had 2 simple words. He always gives me kind of their mantra, what they're going to be.
Goodbye, Austin. Oh, there's Wass.
He said, Stevie, all out. We're going to be all out all night, and it's either going to make it or it isn't. I love that mantra. I think that's what it's going to take.
Already?
Well, they're going all at it right
Watermelon, he's on the move.
You'll be lucky to get by with it 3 wide, Steve. That is aggressive contact.
Oh, Truex is done. Oh,
Martin and Midrick.
Blaney up into the wall with him. 2 of the best cars in practice. I thought Blaney
Wow.
Well, that was fast.
Oh, Blaney's done, and Truex is done.
You heard him.
Oh, I thought that was Midrick. Oh, that was Blaney. Oh,
Mistake. Only 2 laps into the race.
Well.
Truex 58 above the cut line. Mathematically, not a guarantee, but I thought everything was going to be easy.
Did Truex just fuck himself?
That is a huge moment in this race and perhaps in the year. How much damage does Truex car have?
Wow. It hurts Ryan Blaney from the standpoint of potential stage points and then the overall points. He's locked into the playoffs, but this was what neither driver wanted.
Truex just simply got into the corner too hard for the
Oh my lord, just ended Blaney's day.
He doesn't really know. He chases the car up the racetrack, makes contact with
And then old man can't save it, and because he can't save this car, it's unsavable.
Because he knew the option 2 was to wreck the 24. That's not Truex's style at all. He didn't want
Well, at least he sacrificed a Ford instead of a Chevy. I'll take that.
Himself out got Blaney.
That's one of those wrecks. Look at as we ride along. He just got up the racetrack. That's one of those wrecks on lap 3 at Darlington. Do you really want to be 3 wide getting into turn 1? This is something that 15 years ago we never would do. The drivers
Get that thing off the road,
more
bro.
aggressive in how they approach turn 1. Chris Buescher sneaking by. Look, Martin Truex Jr. is one of our sport's best, period. Just a little too much aggression early in the race.
Everybody talks about racing the racetrack 25 times. Martin Truex Jr. has run Darlington.
Dude,
he
he's
knows
ran
what this
this
racetrack
track, dude.
holds,
What?
and yet a mistake
and
like
Blaney's
this.
done.
This
Blaney-
just proves all the hyperbole about Darlington, the track too tough to tame.
It's true.
It's on
Bro, that was lap 2. Lap 2.
Extraordinary record here as you see Ryan Blaney.
Blaney made it
step
1
from his car.
fucking
You'll see him in
lap.
the playoffs.
He just had the car. What the fuck?
But this is far from an ideal situation. Let's have a listen to his radio. Take you back a few moments.
Yep.
You okay? I don't know.
Oh,
I'm hurt.
Blaney's hurt.
10-4. Get him to you as quick as we can.
And you could see him paying extra attention to one of his hands and forearms.
Yeah, that's that impact. You could hear in his voice how much it hurt. Anytime you're on the outside and a car hits you that hard and shoves you into the wall with all of the
I like
force
how
of the
we said
car
the same thing at the same
underneath,
time.
those are massive impacts. Steve.
We
Those are
reeling.
some of the biggest wrecks they ever had.
Marty?
Uh-oh, Martin. Uh-oh, Martin.
Playoffs as everyone has talked about. Martin Truex Jr. came in plus 58.
Oh, dude, did Truex just fuck
Just now
himself?
from James Small telling Martin Truex Jr. to get out of the car. Truex came in the weekend.
Dude, with Truex wrecking out, that could really make 15 and 16th real interesting.
And man, can they make the playoffs now? That's something we're going to be watching all evening long.
Oh, damn, Chastain 44 points back now?
No more points to gain for the 19. Gibbs,
Nope,
Buescher,
so they
Chastain
have
still
to
on the racetrack, and
absolutely
that's
pay
without a new winner. We know
not to
that's
be
Bubba
winner at
Wallace's
all.
goal tonight.
Wow.
The race had
Already.
only just got going, and one of the playoff contenders is out.
Yeah, dude, that fucker's broke. He's done. Truex is done.
Swipe into end of summer fun with an
No Martin Truex, no Truex Championship farewell. He's done. That's
or tubing with your best friends in a Camry. You'll find plenty to post about all summer long.
I think his only hope would be for Buescher to wreck out.
A 2-year or 25,000-mile maintenance plan and roadside assistance. That's the value you can expect from Toyota.
Come in today. Ooh, like.
And this is why he's retiring.
Let's go places.
Blocked from watching the big match.
We didn't even do nothing.
Blaney was innocent. Blaney
could customize cash rewards.
Casualty of war.
3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousment.
Did you know your new favorite burger has hand-smashed patties made to order, hot and melty cheese, and a tangy sauce? How rude of me. Let me. The all-new Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic.
Monday on USA's newest reality competition show, The Anonymous. Alliances
Not
grow.
the hacker group?
Voting the guys out.
The Anonymous?
The easy choice is Wayne.
And all gloves are off in Anonymous. New episode Monday at 11.
Oh, of course it's gotta be Larson.
Wait, who's in front of him?
Bubba.
Oh.
Bubba kept.
Well, I guess he didn't get around Bubba.
Nope, we're
because it happened on lap fucking 2.
Yeah, we're behind Larson still.
The legend continues here at Darlington Raceway. Do you get out of here without getting the famed Darlington stripe? Does the track treat you well? Do you respect it? And do you get in the tunnel on the Champions Wall? All questions to be answered. Well, the track has already bitten a couple. That's Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney, both drivers out of the race. Blaney going to the playoffs. Martin Truex Jr. is going to have to sit and watch. He had a 58-point buffer above the cut line. He's now at 0. So it's going to be an interesting night, to say the least, for those guys, and we will update you when we know more about Ryan Blaney's physical condition as he was headed to the infield medical center. So as we check in with Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty, fellas, points implications already at such an early stage in the race. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, Lee, it's just amazing. We sat here and talked about the difficulty of that, but we also did it, just like Jeff Burton said, been there, you know, and you understand what's at stake here, but, you know, you're still a race driver, and that's your mentality, KP.
Yeah, it's amazing. As you watch this, and they called it perfectly in the booth, we see Truex just get in over his head a little bit, wants to stay off the 24, overcorrects, and takes Blaney up in the wall. What's fascinating is we sat here, as we watch all these angles, we sat here and talked about Gibbs, talked about Buescher, talked about Wallace and Chastain. We never mentioned Truex.
No.
A rookie mistake by a guy who has won at this racetrack.
Everyone
and
thought he
knows
was
you
going to
have
be
race the
fine during this
racetrack every
race.
lap. I don't believe, I am shocked right now, and hopefully this will send a message to these other guys, step back a little bit.
Yeah, the impact for the playoffs possibly, and Ryan Blaney, which came in here 4th in the regular season, certainly going to drop from there, and those points could be valuable in the playoffs.
Great point.
There goes Truex.
From a few moments ago.
His season's over, honestly. Unless the other guys wreck out too and something happens.
In one of those replays, Chris Buescher, one of the playoff hopefuls, just narrowly avoiding that incident. Sometimes luck's on your side. It wasn't for Blaney. It was for Chris Buescher.
Yeah, you have to have those things go your way. And look, I've been in that situation. You heard DJ, KP talking about it. You make a mistake.
Now, if you're Chris Buescher and Ross Chastain, that you love to see that.
Make something happen. You feel horrible because you feel like you let your team down, but it's just you can't get it back.
Well, in all of that, now it's back to the task.
Just like that, Chastain's up to 16th.
Larson on the front
We're
row,
behind our
Reddick,
teammate.
Briscoe, Hosefar back to 5th, but I thought Carson, 21, youngest guy to ever be on the front row at the Southern 500, Jeff, you just was patient early, right? Like, he gave up a few spots, making sure he didn't make that mistake.
I feel as long as you beat Larson, like position-wise.
Excellent job.
Stage
Helping
points.
the situation, clearing the situation. We're ready for a take 2. Let's get this Cookout Southern 500 going again. Let's do it. Huge crowd here in Martinsville, and we're back to
Truex
action.
is done. Look, do you see Truex's points? It said -0.
Yep, his season's over.
Ross is -44.
Damn, how the fuck is he down so far?
Please don't.
Chase Briscoe in that black and white.
All right, get Larson out the way. Go, go, go.
Oh, it's probably because Busher and Gibbs are both running 10th and 7th. And Ross is running 16th.
Go, 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 go. Yeah, get past that fraud. Let's play teammates, Reddick. Let's play
But he wants the
teammates.
victory himself, and I think you're going to see this right here as he gets to the back bumper of Wallace. I think Reddick, he knows what's at store, at stake for the 23. Boss man here, Michael Jordan in attendance.
Boss man's here too.
I'm impressed. When MJ got into the sport, we knew he was a NASCAR fan. But this is a guy that's in so many business interests globally, right? He has so many different things. But I'm going to tell you, Lee, he comes to a lot of races, and not just on Sunday. On a Saturday, qualifying, you'll see him standing out on pit road. It shocks me to have one of the most famous, if not the most famous sports figure in the world be so consistent in the NASCAR garage.
Ty Gibbs running side by side with his JGR teammate Denny Hamlin, who has just an unmatched record in this field, Jeff, at Darlington Raceway. He is the best of this current crop on every number you can see. Can it be Denny's night?
All right, people, I need to either pass Ty Gibbs or wreck Ty Gibbs, because, yeah, points. Get him off my screen. Kill him. Oh, Chastain is bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, 3-car, I need you to get the fuck out of the way.
All right, Reddick. Play some teammate games. Get Bubba out there.
That helps his car. See how close he is compared to
Now,
Larson?
hypothetically, Larson ships you up to Boston here.
Allows Reddick to not have to turn the wheel as much. Carries a lot of speed to the center.
See,
I think Larson's car is a
we are
little better
running
right
that
now,
wall.
Well, you know who you're talking to, right? Talking about, right? Captain Walrip himself.
We both do that. We both run.
Yeah.
Ryan Blaney for the latest.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney, part of that incident with Martin Truex Jr. We heard you talk about your arm or your hand. Are you okay, and what happened?
Yeah, I'm all right. I don't know. I saw Martin get loose and kind of hit the 24. I thought he was going to spin to the bottom, and so I kind of gassed up to get around him, and he, terrible time, and he overcorrected, and we were right there. So just, gosh, I hate it. Wreck on lap 2, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's like you think he's going to spin to the bottom, and then his rear's hooked up, and he just came up. So I hate it for everybody in Menards and Ford. I thought our car was great and just didn't even get a run any laps. But hopefully next week goes a little bit better.
Great to hear from Ryan. That was some scary radio that we heard after the incident, but
Briscoe just took 4th from Hocevar.
Uh-oh, DJ's coming. Pause.
Look at Spires. Carson Hocevar at 77. Running well. Last time he started on the front row.
This points battle is going to get interesting
now.
now.
Year at Homestead Miami Speedway. And that
Oh,
great performance came from that.
Hocevar.
So I wonder if the same trend continues. The same.
Uh-oh,
for the
DJ
youngster, for the
typing.
21-year-old here tonight in
I'm here having fun. Having a fun night.
So we've heard from Ryan Blaney. Kim, tell us the Martin Truex side of the story.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. out of the care center, out of the race. First of all, we heard you say idiot on the radio. Clarify what you were talking about and what happened.
Clearly me. Yeah, it was all my fault, all my doing, and
Go Ross. Go Watermelon.
I got to run on the 24.
What the fuck? No, go away. Go away.
Everything was going fine, and the car just took
that
off.
run?
I ran into him.
Go away, NPC bat. Fucking no personality. Go Ross. Go lobotomy.
Pro Shops and Toyota, everybody. We had a phenomenal race car, and I know this is the longest race of the year. Just a dumb mistake on my part.
This is your last full-time season in the
Goodbye. Goodbye, Midrick.
As it stands, you are not a part of the playoff picture. Describe the emotions attached to that.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. We've had a miserable 2 months. Fast cars, nothing to show for it, and again tonight. Tonight was on me. So, just sorry to my team and all the guys that worked so hard.
He sounds dejected.
Classic Truex.
You know, he.
All right, Bell. I hate you. Can you like blow a brake rotor and collect Busher with you, please?
Given the times to the fan, to us and the media, taking ownership of this issue right here. I think that's why he's so kind of beloved in the fan base and in the garage as we see Christopher Bell battling Busher. And we're just going to have to wait and see, much like Truex, to see if he has enough points. Now it's up to guys like Busher to see if Truex advances.
This is the fight for 7th position between the guy who won the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Back to the teammates. The 2 Toyotas at the front of this field.
Is Bubba got debris on us?
Yes, Bubba has debris on his grill.
Uh-oh, Bubba gonna blow up.
Talk in the garage this morning was that these 2 cars had a lot of speed on the early part of the run. There was also some talk that they were not good on the long run.
No.
We'll see. You know, that's it's one thing to do that in practice. It was in the middle of the day. Clearly the sun's still out. The track's
good on the short
continue
run,
to cool
not on the
down
long
as
run.
this night goes on. But currently, you know, that short run speed is there, and also the long run speed is.
Just to remind everybody on the left, that playoff bubble, that's with Wallace leading, right? That's a new winner, taking the 14th spot. That makes the Truex, Busher, Chastain situation even more precarious. If Wallace is not leading the race, that complexion will change completely. But we saw Harrison Burton a week ago.
Yeah.
Why not Bubba Wallace? Why not Ross Chastain? There's other neighborhood stars running 6th. He's playoff eligible if he won this race.
And let's not discount Eric Jones, a 2-time winner here.
That's a cool. I like that Bush scheme.
Happens to be
Hi,
the
Eric
biggest
Jones.
mover in the field so far. He's up 10 positions.
Yeah, Eric Jones is really good to track for some reason.
I mean, Legacy
True.
Motor Club will admit they've switched to Toyota. They're
running
still trying to
17th and
improve.
18th
It's been
right
a little bit
now.
of a down year.
Eric Jones up 10 positions. Hey, Ross is up 8. Ross on the move.
Shows up to Darlington, and the
Eric
light
could
switch
lock
just
himself into the
flips. How
playoffs.
can it just be? I don't want to use the word easy, but this straightforward for this driver.
He knows exactly what he
Is he
wants.
battling his
He knows
teammate right now?
the feel that he's looking for when his car doesn't have it.
Goodbye, Eric
He does
Jones.
a great job of describing it, and he's not going to
Eric
push
is
too hard
moving.
and get himself in trouble typically. And that's kind of Eric Jones, right? I mean, if you think about the success he's had in this sport, he's a very consistent race car driver, and he loves the racetrack. I think that's part of it, Steve. Some guys come here and they just don't like
DJ
it. They just
and
simply
Austin
say, I
are
don't like
second,
this
third,
facility.
fourth.
Eric has always liked it.
Dave, tell us more.
I'll be there soon. Just give him time. Give the watermelon time. He's actually pretty. He's pretty good at Darlington, if I remember right.
Best finish here is the way that the feel of the car will change over time.
Say I know he was leading when Larson did, or no, he did the block on Larson and wrecked himself.
Adds to that comfort level. When I talked to him before the race, he said we got close in practice, but a bad starting spot because of a mistake I made in practice. So good to see that he's that big mover. Marty?
Dave, I'm fascinated by the point that Lee brought up a moment ago with Tyler Reddick. His teammate Bubba Wallace is right in front of him, currently leading the race. But Jeff, how would you approach this race
just
if
let
you
them
were
chill.
Tyler Reddick? You're also fighting for a regular season championship. By the way, your closest competitor for that
right behind
you,
us.
Kyle Larson. So would you help your teammate as much as you could? And if you do help your teammate, Jeff, if you're Tyler Reddick, how do you do that? How do you help out Bubba Wallace tonight?
Well, look, if I'm Tyler Reddick, I got to go out and try to win this race. I'm not going to move Bubba Wallace out of the way to do it, but if I can get track position on him
Don't
and drive
pull
away
Christopher
from him,
Bell
that's what I'm
and
going to do.
block
And
all the way down
that's
to
what
the
I get paid to do. I get paid to win championships. That's why he was hired. And to do that, winning the regular season championship will go a long way to helping him make it happen.
It's got the full attention of Michael Jordan.
Here comes Chris. Wait, Chase Briscoe.
Uh-oh. Briscoe has arrived. DJ has arrived in chat.
All running up in front. Oh, goodbye, Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs just passed Chris Busher. Is this the day that Chase Briscoe gets his final win for SHR? Hey, with Truex out the playoffs, now they can just kind of chill the rest of the season and wait for Chase Briscoe to go.
True.
I see you over there in 14th, Mr. Chastain.
Hi.
See, I'm
We're
not
just
mad
biding
that-
our time.
I'm not mad that we're not leading. I'm actually kind of glad we're not because we're just kind of chilling. We just can't let Larson pass us. Or Briscoe.
The fuck is that emoji, DJ?
Here's a quick reminder that you can join NASCAR's free rewards program and start earning points that turn into member-only rewards. You can earn every time you check in for a race, trade in points for free tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Simply head to NASCAR.com/fan rewards. How cool is this shot? Aboard the BuiltSubmarines.com Ford, RFK Racing's Chris Buescher. Let's go for a little ride. Have a listen. All right, Mr. Southern 500 winner, you like what you see? You like what you hear?
I do like it. You know, against the wall, but not inches away from it the way he'll have to be. But with only 33 laps in this race, is now the time to be right against the wall? Probably not. I tell you what I see in the front of this pack, though. Bubba Wallace still leading this race, but look at how they've all stacked up right behind him. That tells me that the pace isn't quite what he needs it to be. Everybody's starting to catch him just a little bit. Still with good pace, but the fastest race car, Hamlin, Bell, they're starting to run this group down.
Oh no, not the Joe Gibbs
For
brigade.
Bubba Wallace. This is his 13th visit here, and he has
Look,
led
they're 6th,
more
7th, and
laps
8th.
this evening
Joe Gibbs
Bruh.
as Stevie combined in the 12 other visits. Off to a great start.
Off to a great start, and it really started in qualifying. What we saw yesterday, I don't think can be overstated. You mentioned it didn't take one effort, but two efforts.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's kind of taken the performance of the 23 and putting it on his own shoulders. He said, we have to be better. We have to win races. I have to do better behind the wheel. I like that approach from Bubba.
And what we're talking about, if you went with us for qualifying yesterday, right here, Bubba grazed the wall. I mean, as an understatement. He hit the wall twice on his first qualifying lap to make it into the Fast 10, into the top 10. And then it was a
Now the whole event's not covered, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Oh, here we go! Pit stops are
Oh,
happening.
pit
Race
stops?
leader is
Pit
in.
stops.
Kyle Larson follows Bubba to pit lane. Marty Snyder
Oh
standing
no, we
by.
might have
Take
just
it away.
got screwed.
Kyle Larson comes to his pit stall, which is down.
We should have probably went with him.
Towards turn 4. Also, Joey Logano here on pit road. Everybody should pit in a very small window
It's a
here.
long
Cliff
stage
Danielson,
too,
he
so
out
we
here
really
far
should
to
have
Kyle
went.
Larson. He simply said, really good. Dave?
Bubba Wallace seemed very happy with the 23 car when he was asked to give a balance check by his crew. He said it's just a little greasy when I'm running really hard. That's not something they really adjust for. That's just what they want to hear from the driver in terms of what he's feeling. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires and a fuel fill here, and he's got that first pit stall. Marty.
Tyler Reddick, who ran second to his teammate Bubba Wallace.
Uh-oh.
I feel like I'm burning up the rears.
Pretty sure Larson won the race off pit road.
Otherwise, very happy as green flag pit stops. The first set happening here at Darlington in the Southern 500. And look how busy pit road is, Lee.
Everybody came
Successful
down
for
pit
Kyle
road.
Larson, the 5 beat the 23 off.
Yeah,
Yep,
that first
Larson
pit stop
beat
for
him.
the 23 will be a big advantage under yellow, but under green, no real advantage, almost a disadvantage because you're so close to getting up to speed as we see Reddick pull away. Kyle Larson overtook the 23 car. Still some cars to come to pit road, but the 5 will assume the lead of the race when it cycles.
of the crazy things about Darlington, staring into that sun, driving down the back straightaway. Makes it really difficult to judge where the wall is. Run straight away, no problem.
Here comes William Byron. Marty's headed your way.
And he narrowly, Lee, avoided some contact with Martin Truex Jr. He was the car that Truex almost got into before he got into Ryan Blaney. He said his car is just a little bit too free. So, Steve, these cars running just a little bit longer here. Will there be an advantage for them on the back end of this run?
Oh, no. 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 Absolutely not.
10 laps longer, it kills you. You lose like 20 seconds, but you do have those fresher tires the whole next run. The problem is, it seems like you
Look,
just
we're all back
burned
together
your
again. We
tires
lost
up
2
so
spots
much
off of
working
Larson.
through traffic. You see Kyle Larson easily drive
Goodbye,
by Denny
Hamlin.
The question for Denny Hamlin is, you know, with 76 to go, are they trying to stretch this out to the point where they maybe
This is a
eliminate
long
an
stage.
entire pit stop and save us
Fuck yeah. It's a long race. 367 laps.
concerned about yellows later in the race.
Goodbye, Bubba.
Larson goes by, so too Wallace.
Just waiting for Briscoe and Briscoe.
I mean, you see how quickly they go by you. Now the advantage to this stretch
Whoa.
is
Hello.
right now you Wallace on back or a lap down.
He's
So Denny
freaking
Hamlin will
out.
pit.
Dude, what is that?
Everybody would take
11
it.
scheme. I
It's a
didn't.
throwback
the first car on
to
fresh tires. It would be a
a
huge
guy that just
advantage for
recently
him.
passed
There's
away.
only
Oh,
three drivers.
hence the winging.
Yep, so,
Well, now I feel like an asshole for saying I don't like it.
That paint
Shane Van
scheme was
Gisbergen and
originally that
everybody
anyway.
else has come to pit road.
Hamlin's
About 2
run
seconds
it
a
here
lap.
before, and he's won in the
Maybe
car.
not quite 2
Hamlin's
seconds
won
a
in
lap, right, Jeff?
that
I'm impressed with that. You know, I think that
So
Denny
he's
Hamlin,
throwing it back again.
their
because the guy
ability to
just recently passed
run
away.
this pace on this
Gotcha.
many lap tires, I think that's allowing them to play this strategy. 2 seconds is a lot, but we've seen it much more
That's
than
Hamlin, I
that.
think.
Here he comes to pit road.
Shane.
Dave?
Shane Vanvert.
Just come to
Oh, that's
pit road in
Kyle
the 8 car.
Busch.
He was running second to Hamlin. Crew chief Randall Burnett told me that they needed something special to happen tonight.
means
Didn't have
Shane's
a lot
gonna
of
lead
pace in
laps.
practice like they thought they would need. He'll get 4 tires of fuel here, Marty.
Considering they started mid-pack. Oh, Hamlin runs a little bit long in the stall. We'll see if that costs him any time at all. Chris Gabehart told me this morning, he said, listen,
I'll go.
if I can finish top 7 in stage 1, I'll count that as a win. He's also very close to the wall, so we'll see if that stop,
yeah, that's
maybe
not
a
good.
slow
That's not
stop here
good.
for the 11, cost him a little bit.
What?
Green flag
Hamlin was
cycle.
too close to the wall.
So as Hamlin leaves, we want to take you back and show you this. That involves Kyle Busch.
What happened?
Boom.
Oh, it's a pretty good little contact right there.
Whoa.
Flat, luckily, but
It was Kyle.
listen.
That's a part of the racetrack where the wall actually comes back out into the track off of turn 2. It's very, very easy to hit the wall there. When this race is over, he won't be the only one to do it.
The 11
he was
came
still
in,
here
and
after
Marty
all
said
that.
that he slid a little.
No,
wide.
I didn't even
That's what got the
realize he
tire.
was
Watch
here.
this right
Whoa,
tire.
Denny.
Yeah, then he
Tire
slid into his
off,
pit
goes to put the other
box.
tire on. The lug nut had fallen out. That single lug nut magnetizes to the socket. He had to reach down, grab it, and then on the left side, tight quarters, enough room to do the work, but it definitely messes up the timing with that little bit of space. The 11 was about 4.5 seconds behind the leader before anyone came to pit road. He's currently all the way back at 21st, 20 seconds behind. So fresher tires for sure, but we'll just have to see over the next 20 or 30 laps, can the 11 make up that time?
We got off to a pretty eventful start with Martin Truex Jr. having to watch anxiously the remainder of the Southern 500.
Oh, by Shane Vanvert.
I told Dawson not to jinx us. So don't jinx us. We've been good. We've been good. We're running well. Whoa, Shane. Bye.
Bye, Martin.
Taking her home.
On a beautiful Labor Day weekend, long weekend, Sunday evening here in South Carolina, pleased to let you know it is a sellout crowd for this Cookout Southern 500. Thank you to the race fans for supporting and continuing this awesome tradition. And the 5 of Kyle Larson would like to continue the tradition. That is winning here in the Southern 500. He'd like to defend his win of a year ago. Leading Bubba Wallace by just under 2 seconds. Chase Briscoe.
I kind of need DJ not to win, though. That's the bad part. I have to root against DJ.
Ran 5th here in the spring, and all of the Stewart-Haas racing cars had performance in that race, and they had it in practice, Dave.
And Jeff, what telling words from the 29-year-old as he tries to make his way by winning to get into the playoffs. On that first caution, he had lost a spot on the track, so Richard Boswell, his crew chief, was concerned about what was going on with the driver of the 14. He said, it's fine, just being careful. You know, there's times, Jeff, when you just have to be careful here and watch what you're doing and not let happen what happened to Truex. It can happen in an instant.
Well, if you can be careful and make this pace, Steve, that's a great thing,
Briscoe
right?
just needs to
If you're out there and you're having to give 100% right now to run this pace, then maybe back up a little bit and give up a 1/10 of a second. But if you can comfortably sit here and run 3rd place, that is a great sign that there's even more for this car to go get.
I love the confidence between crew chief and driver that, hey, do you need something? No, it's okay. That's it, right? We don't have to keep discussing it. I'm going to believe you, and we'll sit back and kind of watch the show. Still 62 laps to go in this stage, though, Lee, and I expect another round of green flag pit stops. They're not going to try to take this set of Goodyear tires all the way to the finish of this stage.
Briscoe's got that positive memory of when he had that unbelievable victory
That
in
is
NASCAR
true.
Xfinity
When he won
Series
here in 2020
competition
against
here
Kyle
a few years
Busch.
ago. As we climb back aboard, Kim,
About
the
that.
Roush Fenway Keselowski Ford of Chris Buescher. Tell us more about the 17.
Yeah, with 62 laps to go in this stage, Chris Buescher currently 1 spot out of the top 10 in the stage, and you have to be top 10 to earn stage points, and that was a goal for this team. Crew chief Scott Graves told me they will be paying very close attention to points. Their goal was to try and put pressure on the 23 of Bubba Wallace and the 54 of Ty Gibbs. Both those cars, though, right now, solidly in the top 10, looking to earn points. Buescher right now moving up to the 10th spot. Marty, this team, they just cannot get a car that is turning well.
Kim, speaking of Ty Gibbs, it was actually Kyle Larson in the pre-race show who said, quote, the Southern 500 is going to be fun tonight. Ty Gibbs must have listened to that. Here's what he said on the radio a moment ago.
Dang, everybody's racing to be so nice. This is so awesome. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Look, I love my competitors. They're so nice today.
450 more miles to go, so.
Keeping it light, only 50 miles into.
And then his brake rotor blows out. Boo!
When you're running the Southern 500, Jeff, right?
Well, I love how relaxed he is. And, you know, we keep thinking about Ty Gibbs, the win right around the corner. They have the pace, many races. They seem to lose a little bit as the race goes on. But they have, I mean, every race we look up, and there he is running solidly in the top 10. If you do that long enough, you're going to get your wins.
Solidly in the top 10, Jeff, and solidly in the top 5 7 times this year. He has kind of been like the quiet achiever of the Cup Series this year. And look at the points on the bottom left of your screen. Green to the good of 24 positions at the moment. Night off to the right start for Ty Gibbs. Kyle Larson up front has increased his lead by, I don't know, second and a half or so over Bubba Wallace, then Tyler Reddick. Two teammates still running well, then Briscoe.
I noticed we did pass Briscoe.
Bell, fresh from his win last night. And then William Byron and Josh Berry, who had that highly dramatic Daytona
bro, we got SHR
race
cars up
last
here.
weekend when he was running at the
Bruh.
front, involved in that huge wreck and ended up going upside down and was able to step from the car when the AMR safety team rescued him. Incredible scenes. He's rebounded beautifully to be running 7th, just ahead of Gibbs. The front row starter, Carson Hocevar, runs 9th, ahead of Chris Buescher.
This is, I believe,
This was on the 66 radio.
Oh,
Carl Long, you can go shopping now, Carl Long.
You know, we saw
Yeah, I
one
just
early.
sent someone
and
down
we
to
only
the
get them
12
late in this
before
race,
set.
but this first and second stage, we see a lot of green
Apparently
flag
MBM's
racing.
going to go
and,
purchase
you know,
tires from
it's not
the
a lot of
12
time,
team.
not a lot of break. I mean, there are straightaways here where you can adjust your visor, take your sometimes your right hand or left hand off the wheel and kind of rest your wrist or your grip, but every time you go into the corner, there's just really no room for error.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 and pocket $250.
We still have 55 laps
Download the app
in the
and
stage.
code SPEED.
Holy fuck. We have another pit stop?
The crown is yours. What numbers and drivers jump out to you, Steve?
Well, Larson,
Unless somebody dies,
earlier,
but
he just his odds continue to drop down at plus 320, so a little over 3 times your money. Hamlin, Reddick, no surprise. Toyota's right behind Larson with Bell also and Wallace. You got to look down for a little bit of value. Do you think it could be Kyle Busch's night? It's so 16-1. And how about Chase Elliott? Rarely do we see Chase Elliott with longer odds like that. He currently runs 15th. You can bet live Chase Elliott 16-1.
Well, next year. He's not been good this season.
except for Texas.
Talk more about the
Only
man who
reason he
started
got
on the
it was
pole
because Denny
position
Hamlin
in
wrecked
the
and
23,
William Byron
Bubba Wallace
spun
with
Ross
Dave.
Chastain at the final
Right, and I
lap.
thought Steve made an interesting point about that
Yep.
green flag pit stop, the #1 pit stall not being such an advantage. Steve, I want you to get back to that. But Bubba is stayed focused.
There's now more debris on Bubba's nose. It's spreading.
Steve, they told him there's going to be one more green flag stop if it stays green before the end of this stage. So be ready again. What is the disadvantage one more time, Steve?
Well, so basically the advantage of the #1 stall is it's very close to the camera, which is where they score you under yellow when you're racing off pit road. But under green, you leave your pit box in first gear and you start to accelerate and you actually cross over the yellow line where the speed limit ends and you're not even up to the speed yet by 5 or 10 miles an hour. Everybody else, when they hit the yellow line, they're already at pit road speed, so they're leaving at 50 miles an hour. But for the 23 car, he's so close to that yellow line, he crosses over at, say, 40 miles an hour. It's not a huge disadvantage here, and I would absolutely take it because under yellow, it's a huge advantage. Only 22 feet to that scoring line. And under those late cautions, I'd take the stall #1 anytime.
Kyle Larson leads Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick, and John Hunter Nemechek gets a Darlington strike.
Oh, nematode.
Appearance.
The camera didn't get it, but there's also footage of them putting Blaney's car in.
Ah.
By Blaney.
Shane Vanvert. Bye, Nematode.
This is where we need help from lap cars. Well, Bro Bubba's 3 seconds back of Larson. We need help from lap cars. Hi, Kyle.
Did you know you can download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car and radio broadcast? And you can upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels and completely ad-free experience. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. Welcome back to Darlington Raceway. The Cookout Southern 500 continues. Lee Diffie, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte. Let's show you something that is fascinating here at Darlington. Jeff, you had a magical year in 1999, winning the spring race, winning the Southern 500. How did you manage this? We were talking about it yesterday, the imperfection of the shape of the wall. It's just crazy. I mean, if this racetrack was to be built today, it wouldn't be built this way, but that's what is the beautiful part of the character of this.
That's what I love about it. You look at turn 3, the wall actually goes to the right. That creates opportunity. Watch the drivers, they actually turn into the right to get up by the wall where there's more grip.
As we're talking about
green
the
flag stuff.
As we're talking about the walls.
Stage 1, starting
Ooh,
with the
we don't
leaders.
pit with
You see
Larson.
Tyler
Larson
Reddick coming
stays
down
out.
pit road. So the last adjustment made the car a little bit better. He comes in running third. Dave, his teammate Bubba Wallace on pit road in front of you.
He gets up second place, Marty, after that first round of pit stops. Remember, lost 1 position in that cycle. In hitting his pit stall here, remember the important role of the driver. They've got to be perfect as well. He does it good there, so the crew can change. He needs the car to be a little bit tighter into 3, Marty.
Since that first round of stops, Dave, Kyle Larson led all 25 laps between the 2 stops. The pit crew got him the lead last time. We'll see if they can keep him the lead this time. No changes to the 5 car.
5 stopped 1 lap after Reddick and those, but he had massed a 3-second lead, which has allowed him probably to run that extra lap. We will see if that's what pays off. Here at a penalty for the 2 of Austin Cindric for an uncontrolled tire. We talk about mistakes for the driver. We've really focused on that because the difficulty of the
mid-rig penalty.
can be just as costly. So as we see the 5 leaving pit road on this slippery apron in 1 and 2.
I'm just saying there's a penalty.
Take a peek up. We're looking for the 23 of Bubba Wallace. He's going to be the first car off pit road, and kind of there he is, right at the top.
Here
of your
comes
screen,
2311 crew.
Bright blue hood.
Get out of the way, Zane Smith.
So the extra lap did not hurt the 5, Marty.
Ty Gibbs said his car started a little bit tight, but came to him the longer they ran. Chris Gale making the call to come down pit road for 4 fresh your tires. So Steve, his teammate Denny Hamlin still is not pitted. Chris Gabehart made the call to run long before the first stop. How long would he leave Denny Hamlin out here in the second stop?
Well, I thought it was a net loss the first time, so I believe the 11 of Denny Hamlin might flip to the shorter strategy. We'll see if he does that. Jeff, we talked about the walls of 1 and 2 and the difference, but how about pit entry here at Darlington? Very difficult.
It's one of the most difficult.
Oh, mi amigo!
Suarez, you know, that is legal. He just simply beats Larson to pit road, turns underneath him. Larson being a little bit safe, which is a smart thing to do here. It's so easy to overshoot pit road.
And here's that replay of what happened with Austin Cindric's
team
and that errant wheel. And that's what was the catalyst for the penalty for the driver of the 2.
We still have Hamlin, Elliott, and Busch kind of waiting to make their pit stop.
You know, Denny Hamlin's never had a DNF here.
That is shocking.
He has got the most incredible numerical record but then throw in on top of that no DNFs.
That is unbelievable.
And now the one advantage of Hamlin running long, you know, I'm looking at it by like the 10th of a second or the half a second. I do think he's losing a little bit of time to Larson. But you know what he isn't doing? He's getting himself out of the chaos. Right, on and off pit road. We just saw that 99 in the 5. That could easily turn bad for one of them. 5 runs a little long. Denny understands the plan. I mean, look at it. He's got clear track out front. Sometimes it's not all about time, Marty. Sometimes it's about just avoiding the eye of the storm, trying to stay out of the mess.
Steve, it's interesting where Darlington falls on the calendar this year. It has normally been the first race of the playoffs. It will again be in 2025. But this year, it's the last race of the regular season. You can see how much Denny Hamlin's struggling with the handling of the race car. So I'm wondering how much that changes the game and opens up the playbook for Chris Gabehart to make a call like this.
It's interesting. I'd have to. I have it on my list to call Chris this week and see exactly what he's seeing, because I don't see a time advantage. I've seen Hamlin net out about the same on positions, but net time to the leader loss. But the 9 of Chase Elliott, Kim, is kind of on the same strategy as the 11, sort of.
Sort of, yes. Just finished up their stop about a lap ago, and Chase Elliott reporting he was tight in traffic. He told the team, though, he hurt the rears too much that run. They reminded him this run to the end is going to be slightly longer, so take care of those tires.
Kyle Busch on this strategy as well. And Steve, Randall Burnett told me there really wasn't a great opportunity to flip the strategy at this track because of the tire wear, but they would try to do what they could, so running a little extra long here as well. He'll fall back in the queue after he gets 4 Goodyear tires and fuel, Marty.
So Denny Hamlin pitched from the lead here at lap 77, working lap 78 right now, 38 to go here in the stage. No complaints with the handling of the race car, but Steve, you're starting to see this group now maybe running a little bit longer. You saw Chase Elliott and his race team, Kyle Busch, and now Denny Hamlin kind of taking this longer strategy here in stage 1.
Now, to the defense of the 11 strategy, remember, first time down pit road, a little bit of a botched pit stop. Trouble with the right front with the lug nut, too close to the wall for the driver. That pit stop right there looked extremely clean for the 11. 37 laps to go. We see where he'll blend out. It'll probably be just outside the top 20, but with those brand new Goodyear tires, will easily start to overtake cars that pitted just a few laps ago.
Denny proudly displaying the Flying 11, which is a tribute to Roy Hendrick, who passed away. He was a regular competitor at Denny's home track, Southside Speedway, so a lovely tribute.
Yeah, I raced with Roy at South Boston Speedway. He was the very first late model stock car champion at South Boston Speedway. Really legendary family.
Oh, we see sport clips on the side of that. A longtime partner for Denny and Joe Gibbs Racing down here in Darlington. We see that scheme, and if you're going to have a track where you decide to kind of anchor your coverage, Denny Hamlin at Darlington has been a pretty good choice.
Well, and this could be the night, and this could be the race that turned things around, right? The engine issue and that huge penalty, the loss of points, and then getting caught up in one of the big ones last week in Daytona. You're going to need to change that trend.
I actually think this race is more important to Hamlin than perhaps, other than winning the first one of the year and getting in the playoffs, this one for that momentum. I think it's, the points are one thing, but it felt like a lot of air out of the balloon on that engine penalty, right? Even when he talked about it, shoulders down, it's not what he said, it's how he said it. He wasn't that kind of pound your chest Denny Hamlin ready to thunder into the playoffs. A good run here perhaps could correct that.
If you've never been to Darlington Raceway and wherever you're watching from around the world, we're about 100 miles southeast of Charlotte, North Carolina. We're northwest of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
go.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless, Sam's Club, join the club, and by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. Sun's slowly starting to go down here in South Carolina at Darlington Raceway. One thing that hasn't changed out in front for now 35 laps is the HendrickCars.com Chevy of Kyle Larson. Hot in pursuit of Tyler Reddick in the regular season points. Now, while the overarching theme and the headline is the race for the playoffs, right? Who's going to make it, who isn't? Kyle Larson said that it's deeply important to him to win the regular championship, to win the regular season. He wants to do that here tonight.
I think some of that goes back to, remember, him missing the Coca-Cola 600 when Indianapolis ran the Indy 500. Had a great plan, but you can't control the weather. The weather got him delayed.
Yeah.
He missed the start, so he got 0 points there. And I think
No,
Larson,
that was NASCAR.
you know, he might not
stupid.
say it, but in the back
Yep.
of his mind, you know, he's only 15 points behind. He probably easily could have scored 15
Agreed.
points in that situation if he could have started the car. So I think if you win the regular season, kind of no harm, no foul, Jeff. You don't want to carry a missed opportunity into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's so important because of the points it allows you to start the playoffs with.
There goes Kyle Busch, fresher tires. You can see the big
go
difference
away.
there. And here
Go
is Tyler
away.
Reddick, who, by the way, happens to lead the regular season points. Marty, tell us what's happening at the 2311 machine.
Yeah, Lee, they're certainly focused on that tonight for the 45 of Tyler Reddick. He has not run worse than third so far in the Southern 500, but is he not feeling well physically behind the wheel? Listen in.
Oh, no.
4, can you have some ready for me at the end of stage 1 under yellow?
Yes, that was a request for Tums. I did confirm with Billy Scott this afternoon. Tyler's been feeling a little bit sick on the stomach so far today. So, Jeff, I can't imagine. Number one, the Southern 500 is the toughest race.
He's gonna have Tony Stewart that shit.
Feeling 100%. How big of a challenge is that going to be for Reddick tonight?
Well, what you hope is that as the race goes on and the temperature comes down, he starts to feel a little bit better. He knows he has a long night ahead of him, and temperature makes everything worse. You see Briscoe trying to get underneath him right now.
Oh,
but sometimes it also allows you to just focus, right? I'm not feeling well, so I have to focus a little bit more. We see a lot of athletes have their best days when they are sick.
Oh, the old flu game?
Oh, yeah.
Over the Michael Jordan flu game?
Hey, remember
that? May
that?
or may not was pizza delivery. Isn't that what we learned in the documentary?
Remember that move that we saw Daniel Suarez in the 99 car. He got by Kyle Larson getting on to pit road. When he did that, that got him back in the lead lap.
Yeah.
And since he made that move, he has sat there. You see Kyle Busch getting by him. Kyle's got newer tires than Suarez, but Suarez is he's the last car on the lead lap, but he has stayed in front of Kyle Larson in this entire run. So that move, there's Kyle Larson lurking, but that move has allowed them to stay with 23 laps to go. That could be the difference in their race if he's able to stay on the lead lap.
And you may have noticed the news this week that the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series schedule has been released, and with the addition, the exciting news of Mexico City on that calendar, which was music to the ears of Daniel Suarez. So excited. There's been a lot of hype about that. That'll happen next June as Larson goes to the low line to try and take Daniel Suarez off the lead lap.
Ooh,
Suarez is going to fight as hard as he can to stay on the lead lap. Remember, Suarez got taken out of Daytona last week in the most bizarre incident when he was pitted ahead of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin fired up the 11, went to take off. There was flames. There was a little bit of excess gas on the ground, and a fire ignited, and Daniel had to bring his then Coke machine back to pit lane, and he was a retirement.
He's fighting tough right here.
These are hard passes at Darlington. It's always been difficult to pass. Larson going to try to drive right here. This is tight.
Block him. Sir.
Larson's being aggressive, but not overly aggressive. No one's really pushing him, so he wants to lap him. He doesn't want to get himself in trouble doing it. Now he's trying to run the bottom of the racetrack. It's hard to get grip down there. If he can stay side by side with here, which he can't do it.
Mi amigo.
Keep blocking him. Keep blocking him, Suarez.
It's so intense inside that race car.
Oh, I like this move, though. The higher entry, he's going to turn to the bottom. Very tight side by side, but
come on,
he has
Suarez.
momentum now heading to turn 3.
Yeah, so is he going to try to slide him, overdrive the entry to the corner? There he goes. Suarez with great entry speed, trying to stay even with him. He can't do it. He'll get momentum on the exit on that high line. Oh, he got there, but not quick enough.
Kyle Larson closes the door on Daniel Suarez and puts him a lap down. As for his Trackhouse teammate, Ross Chastain runs 15th. Here's a reminder of what went down a week ago. It was a pretty crazy scene for Suarez, and that thing lit up fast.
Yeah, it's scary, very bizarre. Fire department right there to put it out as quick as you can. You look inside the car, you see the flame pouring out of the trunk. A backfire of the 11 right here. You see the left side kind of spark. It lights the fire, the fuel that's on the ground, which just chases forward and goes into the trunk.
And that was Daniel. That was a replay of Daniel watching a replay of how it all transpired. So 17 laps to go in this opening stage of the Cookout Southern 500. And Kyle Larson has led the most laps, 46 over Bubba Wallace's opening 34 laps led. And Wallace is about 2.5 seconds behind the Hendrick Motorsports driver. And has had a really solid night. Chase Briscoe ahead of Tyler Reddick. And then Christopher Bell having a nice quiet run by himself in the top 5. Determined to win the regular season is what Kyle Larson did when he won the overall championship a couple of years ago.
They got Missouri and the Texas Bowl.
tide is moving fast here in the Southern 500. Just 11 laps to go in stage 1. How about the man who started on the front row? Spire Motorsports 77, Carson Hocevar. Let's get an update with Dave Burns. Davo?
Hasn't really said too much on the radio, Lee. Not really that crazy over the radio about the race car. He's been making better speed through the corners, his spotter tells the team, so that's good for them. Back to 11th for a second place starting spot. Luke Lambert said we weren't too surprised about the second place starting spot. By the way, we think we're that good, and he's one of the guys, Kim, who could still win his way into the playoffs tonight.
As is Josh Berry, currently running in the 8th position, which should surprise nobody. He finished 3rd here in the spring, and that was the starting point for their setup this weekend. Brought something very similar. They felt like they had really good long-run speed in practice. They worked on making it better on the front end of the road. And this team extremely complimentary about Josh because of his history on the late model short track circuit. They feel like that gives him the ability, Marty, to manage tires really well here at Darlington.
Kim, a moment ago, Tyler Reddick lost 3rd to Chase Briscoe and then almost immediately gave another health update. Listen in.
Copy. I think the car is okay. I'm just really fighting it right now in here. Get some crackers or something to do. Just plain crackers. I don't know. Bread, something. Yep, ma'am. We'll get you.
Oh,
So that is what the team
Reddick trying to channel his inner Jordan Flu game.
Tyler Reddick, once he makes the stop here at the end of stage 1, in that bag does have the Tums and also 2 packs of crackers and some regular crackers.
Get the Ritz, get the Ritz.
I can't imagine being in Billy
All right, put the Tums on the Ritz. Get the Pepto and spread it. Little Pepto spread.
You can't do much to help your driver. What would you do if you were Billy Scott, Steve, to let your driver make sure that he can make it to the end of the race?
Well, we would definitely want to aid him with whatever he needs, whether it's hydration or some nutrition if that settles the stomach. But the other thing is, you know, Martin Truex Jr. is out of this race, a fellow Toyota driver, a guy that knows how to get it done. Now, the physical limitations will be a little bit challenging. Tyler Reddick, much shorter than Truex. I don't know how much adjustment there is in that seat if you could get. Maybe even change the seat liner itself, although then you're talking about perhaps losing a lap under yellow here. But if Truex is somewhere here in the infield, I might reach out to TRD or Joe Gibbs Racing and see if there's any way he can hang.
Dude, imagine Martin Truex gets in that car and fucking does the same shit over again.
Statistically around a 4 hour and 10-minute race, so if you're ever going to feel poorly, this is not the one.
This is going to be a tough slog for Tyler Reddick.
We can do it. Come on, Reddick.
I want to take you back just a moment ago. We were talking about Carson Hocevar not long ago. Here's Chris Buescher on the low side. And a close call between 2 guys trying to race their way into the playoffs.
Buescher used all of the racetrack. Got the 77 car up in the wall a little bit. Buescher sitting there running 11th place, trying to get a stage point. Bubba Wallace running in 2nd. You look right now, Bubba's, if it goes just like it is now, he's going to get 9 points. Buescher will get 0.
We're not even. We're almost done with stage 1. Dude, holy fuck! This stage is so long.
Situation, bottom left of your screen. As they run, who's in, who's out on that cut line.
We started the race at 6. It's been an hour. We're just on
Buescher
stage 1.
Is agonizingly close, but out at the moment. But it's such a long way to go. 4 to go in stage 1 to open up the Cookout Southern 500. 59 laps to the good. Out in front, Kyle Larson coming up on one of his Hendrick Motorsport teammates in Alex Bowman. Bowman's down in 23rd position at the moment and about to go a lap down. Had a pretty badly damaged car last week, Alex Bowman, and rallied the team. The 48 team rallied really well. Alex drove back to the highest finishing Hendrick car in 16th at Daytona.
This right now, Diff, is a really, you see, 48 a moment, really loose on the bottom of the racetrack. This is a really important part of the race because this is the time that the drivers really need to be having conversations with their crew chief. Sun's starting to set. There's no sun on the racetrack. Track tip's starting to come down. What is my car doing? Give the crew chief a little bit of time to think about it.
Let's see what happened not long ago. Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch.
Ross.
Watch the rear of Busch's car.
Ross is there. That's
way
Kyle's
up the
fault.
racetrack.
Getting Ross. Pay him back. Pay him back, Ross.
Ross was there.
Chastain's not having the night he needed. He's a good, solid run.
Larson's going to win
On board with Denny Hamlin, Coca-Cola cam up to 6th. Only 7 seconds behind the leader. 14 seconds behind before running long. So while the first strategy of running long wasn't a net game, this one almost a 7-second game. Good to
Damn, Ross is falling off hard. What the hell happened?
Final lap of stage 1. Kyle Larson, it has been a very strong performance. It's his 9th stage win of this 2024 season, his 5th at Darlington, and some more valuable playoff points.
And if you're Bubba Wallace, mission accomplished, right? You started on pole, you stayed within touch, you finished 2nd in stage 1.
Things are cooling off a little here in Darlington, some 8 degrees from when we started this Cookout Southern 500. One of the 3 stages complete.
Vorp.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Stage 1 complete. And pit stops are about to happen. We talk about the history here at Darlington Raceway. And have a look at this. From the very first running back in 1950 in the victory by Johnny Mance, it was a whopping 6 hours, 38 minutes. The man who's led the most laps so far and the defending race winner of the Southern 500 did it 2.5 hours faster. That's how far things have advanced. Let's go to pit lane. Marty's there.
Impressive stage win for Kyle Larson, who said the only adjustments I would want is if you feel like the track is going to change. For Tyler Reddick, this is part car maintenance, part driver maintenance. He said anything you can do to help me feel better, I would appreciate it. They're going to hand 2 bags inside the car to Reddick. They asked him, are you worried about getting sick inside the car? He said, yes, Dave.
Chase Briscoe hits his mark, touch free on entry, then free across the middle. That hurts his exit. As for Bubba Wallace, still he is no front grip off the corner.
Didn't matter.
Need an adjustment on that car, and he's going to hold his position.
Nobody lost spots to the top 8. That's wild.
Dave, that's a good phrase. Hold the positions. Look at all of the zeros on there for lack of change. And fans, NASCAR and its premier partners want to say thank you for your support. Let's take a look.
I think I'm gonna start a road to the show.
Fans, NASCAR.
Seth, do you know baseball positions, right? Okay. Give me a baseball position that's not a pitcher, not a pitcher.
Shortstop.
That was honestly the position I was thinking for Willie Scruggs. That works for me. I was either gonna make him shortstop or second base. All right, back inside I go. You got her under control? Okay.
Suarez
Fucking Suarez.
Welcome back to Darlington Raceway, Cookout Southern 500. We're in that pause period between stages 1 and 2. Kyle Petty, what did you make of the start of tonight before the green flew, where we got to see our friend and teammate Dale Jarrett enjoy a very special moment?
A very special moment. Darlington has always been about history, but one of the most special moments for me came tonight when my friend Dale Jarrett got to drive that number 11 Cale Yarborough Special.
Yeah, thank you, KP. And it was special for me, too. Someone that helped me get a good start in my career to get in this Southern 500 winning car. Never been in one of those because never won the Southern 500. But to do this, to honor Cale Yarborough, the great three-time champion and Hall of Fame driver that he was, the toughest driver out there. And also, look at this helmet. This is from the 79 Daytona 500. KP, remember what happened there on the last lap as he and Donnie Allison were racing?
Listen, this could have been you tonight. No, this is spectacular. And that's how tough Cale was. Cale's in here. He's on the gas. He's stabbing. He's steering. And look, the helmet that Cale's swinging right there looks an awful lot like the helmet you were wearing tonight.
That's exactly the helmet where he was trying to fight off the two Allison brothers as he did that. So huge honor, and it's great that we could be here to honor him.
Yes.
His wife Betty Jo, his daughters Julie and Kelly were there along with the grandkids. So just a very, very special moment.
Another piece of Darlington history. Great night to be a part of it.
Hey, I will add this too. Marty, tell him to get Tyler Reddick an ice-cold Coca-Cola. That always worked for me.
Well, that was special, that was significant, and it was just plain cool, DJ, because we were standing up here in the booth watching you do those laps. Really neat.
Yeah, that was awesome. Dale Jarrett, we land up on the end. See everybody choosing which lane. Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty, we're lucky to have those two guys, legends of them on their own. Marty.
So, Jeff, following the health of Tyler Reddick, listen into this radio conversation.
I'm just curious for CJ's feedback here. You worried about throwing up or no, just stomach stuff?
Yeah, I'm throwing up. Eating myself, all of it.
All right, so it's about
Oh, shit.
pills you'll chew. Those are tops. The rest of them you swallow with water. Yeah. 2 to chew, 3 to swallow.
Grab the pills are too small. Dropped all of them. I got the Tums, but yeah, I got the small one, the 2 medium-sized pills. They just, I couldn't get them out of the damn bag.
So what Tyler Reddick is going to do on the next stop, Billy Scott is going to mix up all the medicine he needs, Steve. They're going to hand that to Reddick because he did not get the medicine that he wanted. But yes, he is very sick inside the car.
Oh, no.
It's so difficult to get any type of medicine pills into your mouth because your helmet, the eye port is very small. It's hard to go underneath the chin to get it, especially with gloves on. So they're going to have to do that in some sort of form, like you just talked about, putting it in liquid.
And you heard him mention on the radio he's worried about throwing up. He is not feeling well. Ready for stage 2 here of the Southern 500. Kyle Larson and poleman Bubba Wallace. Let's go here at Darlington.
Outside lane work.
This is going to be a tough slog for Tyler Reddick. Can he hang in there? He's up on that high line. Chase Briscoe is doing the chasing of Kyle Larson. Reddick around his teammate to third. And ever present is that 11 of Denny Hamlin.
Oh, no.
He's just been creeping
Get
and
out of
sneaking his
here.
way forward. And Ty Gibbs, his teammate, is going with him.
Whoa, Reddick.
Briscoe blocks Reddick. Reddick with a stoic performance.
Holy smoke, Reddick.
Feeling sick, worried about throwing up, but that foot is to the floor.
Reddick said, I might throw up, but I'm going to ride
You
this
feel
stuff
badly,
right
it's
this
just go
way.
attack. Focus on what the task is.
Reddick to the bottom.
It's been a great night for Chase Briscoe. In that high point Ford, sits second there for Stuart Haas Racing. Wouldn't it be something if he raced his way into the playoffs?
I get to party for once.
He's only had one appearance. That was 2 years ago. The man who crashed out tonight, Martin Truex Jr. in the 19. That is exactly the ride that Chase Briscoe's taking over next year. Bell on the inside of his teammate Denny Hamlin.
Bell won the Xfinity race yesterday, driving the car that normally we see Denny Hamlin run on Saturday here at Darlington. Now he goes past Hamlin inside to the top 5.
Coca-Cola on board showed
Huge
us
run
exactly
for
that
Reddick.
view. Here comes Tyler Reddick in the yellow, black, and blue Toyota Camry. That upper deck machine right behind Chase Briscoe. Larson's now racked up 73 laps at the head of this field.
Stage 2, the same length as stage 1, so a little bit of
Hey, we're
rinse
going to be
and
here for
repeat.
another
We
hour,
expect 2
Griffin.
green
It's the
flag
same
pit
length
stops.
from last
The big
stage
difference,
1.
and you talked about it.
Hell yeah.
You're cooling off, 8 or
115
10
laps.
degrees cooler.
Oh,
Lights starting
God.
to come on. How are the cars driving differently? And is tire degradation just as severe, or does it improve as the night comes?
Look, saw the 45 of Reddick, a little bit of contact with the wall. Watch the 3 different approaches as they enter turn 1. Watch Reddick. Look how high he enters the corner compared to the other 2. Immediately against the wall. The 14 of Briscoe, he enters lower.
People just aren't that
Dave.
focused on the car.
So Chase Briscoe running in second now. I think we saw that high line on the restart maybe work to the advantage here. It is a big advantage, but Chase, just after he got going, got this word from Richard Boswell, his crew chief.
Deep breath here, man. I want you to find out what the 5 car's strengths are and what his weaknesses are. That's who we're going to race all night long.
Almost 240 laps left in this race, so he wants Chase to know down the line. Jeff, that's so important for him to know where Kyle Larson might be weak here.
You're exactly right. You've got to find where your car is a little bit better than his and then continue to make it better. You see the 45 of Reddick right against the wall. Briscoe slides in front of him. That takes a little air off of that car. Then Briscoe just taps the wall. I'm sorry. Reddick taps the wall.
And another incident. Have a look at this. Watch
Oh.
Ty Gilliland.
I said down with
right
the
of the
Hendrick
screen.
patriarchy.
Oh, Todd, there's a wall there. Todd, there's a wall there.
Into
You
that
know you
wall,
can't
and that's
park
what it looked
there.
like for the 38.
Yeah, that's the way to describe it too, Steve. You get in the wall and he just won't leave it. And here comes the flying number 11.
Oh,
Hamlin
no.
on the inside of Bubba Wallace. Do you know, several days ago, long before he wasn't feeling so well, Tyler Reddick on Sirius XM NASCAR radio, he said, I think if I look at the landscape, Darlington Southern 500. I'm saying it's me, it's the 5, and it's the 11. The 5's leading, Reddick's running third, the 11 is in fifth.
Well, the unfortunate thing for the competition is I can list a lot of tracks where those are the 3 you're going to have. As we head into the playoffs, right, we start thinking about, now the playoffs have a different look this year with Watkins Glen in the playoffs now. Atlanta kicking off the playoffs is something new. So we have a road course and a speedway in each of the first and second round. But then if you are fortunate enough to move on, Las Vegas, Kansas, those high-speed mile-and-a-half still
Reddick knows how to run road
Those
courses.
are the types of tracks that Larson, Reddick, Hamlin trio seems to always find their way to the front.
Let's Chase Briscoe run. We're not surprised to see Chase Briscoe running well at this racetrack because he always seems to have speed here. But think about this company, Stewart-Haas Racing. They've announced that they're going out of business. They've sold their charters. They're changing their structure completely. A lot of employees have been laid off. You see the battle going on right here.
Huge battle.
They're searching for jobs, but they're still bringing speed to the racetrack, and that is exceptionally impressive.
Go Ross, go Ross.
There, Greg Zipadelli, a lot of guys there still bringing the fight.
Get out of the way, Stewart trash.
Noah Gregson.
That Stewart trash is about to get past
Ross Chastain and Corey LaJoie.
No, I'm talking about the 10.
A little bit of push and shove going on there.
Can't pass.
Bowman in the background. Last weekend's winner in the 21, Harrison Burton.
DJ's getting mad.
Yeah, the 34 and the 21, they are battling hard to be the first car one lap down. Zane Smith behind them.
What's he getting mad about?
That battle, as well as Daniel Hemrick.
Gus doesn't want Briscoe to pass him.
We show you the battles up front, but can you imagine trying to run 4 hours like this? And this is what it looks like back here for the lot of the race. The right rear on that 7 car, it looked like the Goodyear was missing. Like he had made some wall contact or contact with another car. You see the 9 of Chase Elliott in the mix running 23rd. He's on the lead lap. So this battle with Hemrick and Burton in these cars are actually in front of.
I wouldn't say chilling. I don't think Reddick's having a very chill
We're
time.
not having a chill time right
I think
now.
the battle for the lead is intense. You ought to be back here. It is wild racing, trying to be the first car one lap down. Michael McDowell, great competitor. Harrison trying to build some momentum after that win last week. Cleared McDowell.
And cleared Daniel Hemrick, who had a good top 10 last week. Here's Tyler Reddick in his upper deck Toyota Camry. Let's take a look at the Toyota driver update. He is the highest placed, then Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin. It was a Toyota pole yesterday for the 4th time in succession here in Darlington, with thanks to Bubba Wallace. But it's still Kyle Larson at the front. He's been leading for 83 laps.
Dude, he is leading most of the way. Unfortunate. Come on, Briscoe.
Kyle Larson in the HendrickCars.com Chevy continues to control this Cookout Southern 500. We welcome you back. We're at the beginning of stage 2, and as you've seen in each and every race here on NBC Sports this Cup season, we like to go embedded in the second stage, and that's where we join Dave Burns. Dave?
Lee, we're with the 43 Legacy Motor Club crew today. That's Eric Jones as a driver, and I'm standing by with his jackman, Kellen Mills from Mesa, Arizona. How does an Arizona guy get into NASCAR? Well, I'll tell you what, first of all, he's a tough guy because he was a walk-on at Arizona State. That's the first question I want to ask you, Kellen. What's it like being a walk-on and making your way into football that way?
Yeah, I'd say it's actually a lot like working yourself onto a NASCAR pit crew. You got to kind of find a way to fit yourself in the situation, and then just work really hard, and hopefully things turn out right.
They've turned out well for you. How's your situation tonight? How are the 43 pit stops?
It's been a good day so far. Obviously, it's a long race. It's a really hard race. So we're going to try and make sure we keep the ball in Eric's hands and try to be there at the end and have a good finish.
All right, good luck the rest of the way. Kellen Mills, one of the stars for the 43 group. Marty.
Dave, Brandon Johnson, the jackman for Kyle Larson, has a terrific story. He was actually a running back at Penn State and the backup for Saquon Barkley in his freshman year. He was actually going to make the Pittsburgh Steelers and got a concussion in the preseason.
Jesus.
The guys who helped him through that, none other than Le'Veon Bell and D'Angelo Williams, who he is still very good friends with. So he decided to stop playing football and try out NASCAR. He said, nothing gives me the thrill of football, but NASCAR is pretty close to that. It's like running a touchdown when you know it's on you as a jackman to be able to make the pit stop happen. And Stevie said something funny to me. He said, you know what? I'm so thankful for NASCAR because I could never work a 9-to-5 job. I think that covers about most of the garage area. That's what they love. That's why they love the sport so much.
I've been saying that for 30 years. Jeff, there's no chance I can handle going to the office every day. I've been fortunate enough to work either in the garage or now in the booth now for 30 years. Brandon Johnson, I'm going to tell you, the pictures, they don't do him justice. When you walk up and down Penn Road, there was a point where it looked like a bunch of mechanics. And over the last 15 years, it is very clear it is athletes, front to back. Just the physical stature of the jackmen and the fuelers, the athleticism of the changers. It's an impressive lineup.
It looked like a bunch of mechanics because that's what it was.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
And now they're specialized athletes. And, you know, he would really see a great battle right here. You would see Josh Berry underneath Joey Logano. Joey giving that spot up.
Yeah, Logano running 11th. It's just a quiet night for Logano, but this is kind of signature Logano-esque, right? That you hang around inside the top 15 for a couple stages and then figure it out at the end. Penske's are always known for their kind of short run sprint, and I think we've had a lot of green flag racing. They're just kind of hanging in there.
But he has methodically crept his way forward because started 23rd for the longest time in stage 1. Joey and that Scholt Pennzoil Ford was kind of running around the high teens, around 20th. So for him to leapfrog his way forward to 11th is a good step forward. Here's Marty.
Quickly closing in on pit stops here in stage 2. Another health update from Tyler Reddick. Listen.
To clarify, you're going to give me a new drink bottle, fluid logic bottle?
Yes, confirmed.
Or not really sure where to go on balance right now. I don't know. Maybe leave it alone and see what the track does.
Copy, all that. Copy.
After that radio communication, he said, I'm just trying to take care of me inside the car. Steve, I did talk to Billy Scott just moments ago. I said, we believe Martin Truex Jr. is still here. Have you reached out to him? He said, we have not reached out to him yet, but he would be the only consideration to put in the car. And he made the same point you made, Steve. I'm just not sure he would fit in the seat. Plan A right now, keep Tyler in the car until he tells us he can't.
And I almost like the, hey, we're not going to put anybody else in it. Reddick's our guy.
Yeah.
And I know that's crazy in the big business of NASCAR, but we're going to ride or die. He's our man. And if he can't run, if he's so physically ill he can't race, we're going to park it and get ready for the playoffs. And that sounds crazy, but I don't know. If I'm the driver, I wonder if that wouldn't feel like a good support to think that, you know, the teams are going to do anything to give me an opportunity to compete.
Pit stops are starting. Kim's there.
All right,
Ryan Briganti
here we
electing
go.
to
Let's
bring his
get our
driver
bottle
in on the earlier side. Ty Gillen saying
supplements.
still too tight for fresh Goodyear tires. Sunoco fuel as Joey Logano making a stop, Marty.
Kim, a moment ago, Lee mentioned that Joey Logano's kind of leapfrogged his way through the field. Paul Wolf making a strategy call to come very early here on this window here in stage 2, Kim.
As you see, Brad Keselowski making his stop under green flag conditions. Brad said, I could use a little bit more drive off and more turn as they complete a pit stop here for fresh Goodyear tires. Entry not Brad. He said he just, again, needs more turn as Chase Elliott making his stop. The last stop they made under green was a little bit slow, taking 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Chase saying, it's the best I've been all night, but I still could have a little bit more turn in the car.
Still plenty of activity on pit road. Marty, they're coming your way.
Yeah, here comes William Byron. Rudy Fugle told me this afternoon, we've been good, not great here at Darlington, so we're bringing a completely different setup. So far, Byron says of that, I'm going to need to turn a lot better as it gets into the night, Dave.
Bubba Wallace back on pit road. The car wasn't good at the start of the run, but then the radio from the driver was that the car is coming back to us. So not a big change, if any. He will get 4 fresh Goodyear tires and fuel, Marty.
So interesting, here comes Denny Hamlin down pit road, and Chris Gabehart playing it much more straight up in this run. Hamlin said the car started a little bit too tight for him, a little bit too free the longer he ran. We expect Tyler Reddick to come in the next lap, and again, more driver maintenance when he does come down pit road.
He's gonna what?
On board
there's Kyle Larson. Yep, down pit road, Steve. Yeah, there's Kyle Larson, who again said the car has been so good for them. They have dominated here in the Southern 500 tonight, trying to win back-to-back races. Meanwhile, here comes Tyler Reddick, who once again wanted to clarify with Billy Scott, what am I getting on this stop in terms of nourishment so they can handle the bottle. There goes the bottle inside the car. That's a fresh water bottle and the bottle with the medicine that he needs and wants, Dave.
Chase Briscoe, the 14 car, the guy that's been keeping the pressure on Kyle Larson up front. His car was going freer at the end of that run, needs an adjustment for that. Good stop by the crew.
Good stop by the 14.
Nice work from the Stuart Haas group. Chase Briscoe serviced and sent. And let's see what the rest of the night looks like for Tyler Reddick. Just battling those health issues.
Please,
Can he hang in there? He still leads the regular season championship. A lot of valuable bonus points on offer as Austin Dillon brings the Toys for Tots Chevy to pit road. Dave Burns is there.
And he will come to the attention of the crew here. Again, 4 tires. There's not even a chance you'll take 2 here at Darlington because the track wears the tires so hard. 4 and fuel for Dillon.
In trouble on the right rear. Once again, we see another lug nut fall out of the socket. The tire changer has to go find one. You're looking at normally 9.5 second pit stops. That one 14.8, losing valuable time, Dave.
Kyle Busch to pit road in the 8 car. He's getting beat in a couple of different places in the track. Been working with his spotter on how to take that on. He'll get 4 tires and fuel as well. Now top of your screen, we'll see Kellen Mills, the Jackman, and the rest of the 43 crew go to work for Eric Jones. On that first stage, Eric gained 10 positions. We know he's good here, a 2-time winner, and the car is just almost to the perfect balance for Jones.
Busch's stop is complete, and he's back out and at it.
Josh Berry, I think, is trying to get to the bottom to come to pit road. He was trying to protect it. Buscher was coming by, and that's exactly what's happening because now the 4 trying to turn off the banking.
Well, he was in there pretty deep. I did a nice job of getting slowed down, make pit road.
Kim, Josh Berry's headed your way.
Yeah, Josh Berry pitting from the lead. Earlier in the run, he said he was too loose, but then that car, it built tight. He has to be freed up for this next run. Crew on the right side, they'll put 4 fresh Goodyear tires on that machine, as well as Sunoco fuel. Looks like routine service here for Josh Berry as he's finished up.
And with the overstock Ford's service, now things cycle back to the norm, so to speak, with Kyle Larson resuming the lead. 3.8 seconds to the good over Chase Briscoe.
The fuck was that cut?
That was Tyler Reddick shitting spray.
Literally.
What if you Tyler?
It's like fucking Grouse's fucking reverb fucking puke.
It's like Noah Gregson, bro. How he every time he'd like get out of the car, he'd throw a. I don't know if you remember that.
Yep.
Xfinity series,
I remember.
He'd throw up on his white fire suit.
Yeah, 'cause he's usually hungover.
Keep my eye on Twitter. See if anything changes. People are tweeting that Martin Truex, but you remember how they said that he might switch for Reddick? Someone said, "Don't get in that car, bro."
Go get in that car, you won't catch the Rona.
Bubba Wallace. Not so much work together. I'm going to challenge that one, Jeff, because Ty has had some choice words for Bubba Wallace here.
Holy Scruggs is heading to Cleveland. Play for the Guardians. That's sweet. I'm cool with that. Cleveland's got a really good young team.
He is not going to let us do that move. I'm telling you, you got to inch your way there. I know it's frustrating. Deep breath, get zoned back in. Pick it apart here a foot at a time. It's all good. Running our race.
So he finally was able to pass Bubba Wallace. But, Jeff, we talked about it in the pre-race. Even for Ty Gibbs, who was so jovial and happy and loved all of his competitors early in the race, this is what Darlington does to you. It makes you frustrated behind the wheel. And, oh, by the way, there's still 195 laps to go in the race.
When you go into the race, oh, look at the contact. I don't think it's any big deal, though, but you go into this race.
Tire explode, please. I need him to wreck. Please. Points-wise, I need him to wreck, and I hate him.
And they don't let you go, and it frustrates you. But you see right here, Ty Gibbs is trying to get every bit of speed
Wall,
he can.
Darlington Stripes.
But that's the kind of contact that's okay.
Playing for the Akron Rubber Ducks.
The whole right side, the right rear actually hits first. A little bit of a nudge, and then the right front kind of just touches it. That's an okay hit. When it hits the right front directly, that's when you damage the race car. But that should be okay.
Ty Gibbs said that his brilliant result earlier this year has buoyed him. It's given him so much more confidence for tonight's Southern 500. He finished just over a second behind Brad Keselowski in second place. And at the moment,
Oh yeah, I forgot Brad won here earlier in the year.
Second. It's Reddick wrecked. Reddick had to come further.
Well, let's see which drivers are on the move. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. The 38 of Gillen all the way up, running in the 15th position, having a nice, quiet night right now next to his teammate, the 34 of McDowell, doing a nice job right in front of Gillen, the 41 of Ryan Priest. You had mentioned SHR, the story about shutting down the upper management, Jeff. Well, Priest currently in the 12th position, running really well in this 41, quiet. And if there's any track you want to have a quiet night, Darlington is it.
Let's see how high he can climb as Larson continues his domination of this race.
Is it a lap chase, Ellie?
I need cars to wreck, please. Not that I'm getting bored. I need people that are Ross's ops to wreck.
And here comes Hamlin.
Yep, if Ross don't make the playoffs, looks like I'm getting my sombrero out. Yep. Well, Atlanta.
That win was mere luck.
That's kind of the super speedway, though. Right place at the right time. Yeah, I weighed myself for the first time in a while. Last time I weighed myself, I was back up close to 240, back down to 217.
looking at a potential 5th win on the season for car number 5, Kyle Larson. It sure looks so. 123 laps led thus far. We've got 50 to go in the second stage here of the Southern 500. What a performance. It has been smooth. Meanwhile, things are hotting up here. The battle for 4th. Denny Hamlin in the 11. William Byron on the low line in the 24. Here he comes.
Jeff, you had mentioned the track now almost under complete darkness, and it has shifted. The cars that have pace, Larson Briscoe still up front, but William Byron, another Chevrolet, seems to be a little bit better than some of the Toyotas on this run, as now he gets his way past the 11 of Hamlin. 49 to go in this stage. I expect pit stops to be in about maybe 7 or 8 laps. It's going to be very important between the leaders, who are only 6/10 apart, who gets to pit road first.
I'm risking.
Reddick pukes in his fucking helmet and wrecks the car.
The fall off on tires have become less. There's been less slowing down of the cars, but you can see, you talked about the change, and here comes Briscoe. Larson's having trouble getting by Cindric, and Briscoe's just gaining a little bit at every lap.
The way that William Byron's car has come to life, certainly over the last 10 laps, has been impressive. He just blew by Tyler Reddick. We know that Tyler is under the weather. And check out this. As the 6 is in, Keselowski's in.
Yeah, starting the green flag cycle early for fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. Brad saying it's numb in the center. I feel like I'm overdriving the entry. Just need the car to turn better. Slight air pressure adjustment on that Ford Mustang.
Check this out. As Larson struggles to get by Austin Cindric, he's now got a full fight on his hands for the lead of this race. As Chase Briscoe in the 14, the High Point Ford, is really applying the pressure as Briscoe comes back.
Larson likes that. Now he has Cindric between him and Briscoe. That will allow him to run a clean 1 and 2, get himself a little breathing room. 4 or 5 laps, maybe less from a pit stop. Now if I'm Cliff Daniels, I know I do not want Briscoe to pit the lap before me. That will be the lead. 1 lap on newer tires will instantly be a leapfrog on pit lane.
And others are starting to pit, so that's the sign it's getting ready to happen.
Kim's there.
With Chris Buescher, you see the onboard camera from his stop for fresh Goodyear tires. They just do not have the car that they need. He was reporting still a little too tight, Dave, on that machine.
And they tried to call Chase Briscoe to pit road, but it was too late. Bubba Wallace did come to pit road this time. He said, I've got just nothing there on this last run. No grip, all 4 corners. So they'll change all 4 corners, give him more fuel and send it back, Marty.
Dave, no health updates on this run from Tyler Reddick, but he did say to Billy Scott a moment ago, I still have no idea where to tell you to go balance-wise. Billy said, okay, that's fine. We're going to leave it like it is for this run right now. So also in Kyle Larson, who for the first time tonight, you guys talked about the swing and the racetrack, said the car has gotten too tight for him, and you saw that on the long run, Dave.
Chase Briscoe was going on the outside of Austin Cindric that last time down the back stretch. That's why he couldn't get to pit road with a late call from Richard Boswell. But Boswell trying anything he can to give his driver the advantage. 1 lap later, now Chase Briscoe comes to pit road. He had been fairly good about that balance, fairly happy with it, as he'll get tires and fuel.
See the 14 finishing up the left side. William Byron on the bottom also leaving pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see. Well, you see it off the rear bumper.
All right, I'm gonna go out take my smoke break. I'm gonna look through my window and I'm gonna see crash. The 1's around, the 3's around, the 99's around. Fuck.
And let's watch to see if the 24 of William Byron continues to come to life. There's Briscoe at the back. Cycles in just behind John Hunter.
I mean, Ross has been running in like the mid-teens.
Just a little gap on pit road. Diff was a
He just, I don't think he I don't know if he doesn't have the car or the traffic.
4 lap cars in between them.
Well, some extra work to do for Chase Briscoe. 43 to go in stage 2. Checking them off his list, 1 at a time.
Up, sister.
He can race his way into the playoffs with a win tonight.
Come on, Briscoe. This is the race of your life right now.
It's been impressive, Jeff.
Okay.
He's been running at the front for the majority of this
Oh.
race.
Your dog's peeking in the window.
He loves this racetrack. And on top
Is
of that,
Briscoe here?
racing a guy like
Oh, I see him. I can see out with him if you
best
want
race car driver, I believe the best race car driver in the world, to be able to stay with him
Here he
all
comes.
night, try to understand where do we need to be a little bit better.
That's confidence building.
What's up, Loki Dog?
9 of 14 of Briscoe's, that 9 of Chase Elliott. You had mentioned he had gotten last. They trying to
What's
run
up,
home
Agent
to
Boy?
see if they can get a lucky yellow, but you just see how slow the old tires are. I mean, it looks like they have a problem. They don't even look like they're up to speed. There's just so much less grip. We're looking at well over 2 seconds slower.
Just because he's a good boy, aren't you, buddy?
We're waiting on
Isn't
not
you,
only
buddy?
Chase Elliott, Steve, but we're waiting on Austin Dillon, Busch, Berry,
Sit.
and Denny Hamlin
Sit.
continuing this trend.
Sit down, dummy. Sit.
Of going off
Sit down.
from the others, going off
Sit down.
sequence from last
There you go.
and Chase
Oh.
Briscoe and Tyler Reddick. The Coke on board one more time.
Loki, you ready to go inside?
If we review
Ready to go inside, buddy?
first stage, long first cycle, hurt Hamlin.
Yep, he's ready to go
Long
in.
second cycle, advantage Hamlin. So we'll have to just see how traffic works out. The 9 on pit road, Kim.
Yeah, finishing up the stop here, putting good sticker Goodyears on there. He just talked about how he has a hard time feeling the front of the
Oh,
race
now
car
time
in
for a
traffic,
switch.
So that front end just a little bit numb. And again, slow stops by the 9 has been their
And
Kyle Busch again cycled to the front.
Uh-oh.
Again has to come to pit road, not lose too much time to the others. He'll pit for 4 tires and fuel here.
The Morgan & Morgan onboard shows us Kyle on pit road, and this is per the sequence similar to Hamlin.
I have to applaud drivers and crew. It's been a very clean day on pit road. We had a 1 penalty on Austin Cindric, but other than that, pretty clean as now we see Hamlin. This long strategy, Marty, we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, Steve, it's been the same group, really, with Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, and Kyle Busch playing this long strategy. Chris Gabehart making the call once again. And as the track has shifted here, Hamlin said his car has gotten much better here. 38 to go. And Gabehart reminded him, Kim, you'll have a tire advantage once you cycle out.
Crew Chief Rodney Childers has
Did you eat a tomato?
Berry out on the
Ah.
runs during these green flag cycles.
Dog is so smart. So smart.
On the tight side in traffic, but otherwise good in clean air. They're going to put fresh
I swear to
Goodyears on and
God.
take a drink of Sunoco fuel on that Ford Mustang.
Kim mentioned Rodney
Ross Chastain's out front, and it's raining.
With Kevin Harvick behind the wheel, what can Josh Berry do tonight in the Overstock number 4? 37 to go in stage 2. Larson, 1.6 seconds ahead of Briscoe. Bella further 3 seconds back. Then William Byron now inside the top 5. Tyler Reddick running 5th. And hanging tough.
Oh Lord, now she's getting crazy.
Not well, but still in the top 5. Who
It's not
will
Phil,
they
but he's
put
running
their
top
image
5.
and name
Come on, Reddick.
in this? The tunnel and the list of champions. Champions walk here at Darlington Raceway.
I have a defective dog.
Oh my god.
Alright, before she breaks her leash, let's take her back in. Do I want to play Night Simulator, or do I want to hop on my 05 career mode for the first time in like 2 months?
Save me, brother, save me. Thank you. Oh, you're so much. Okay.
Apparently, Michael Jordan's on the wall, ready for the next pit stop.
Oh, is he gonna give him a flu game pep talk?
Gotta give him that flu game pep talk.
Like, listen, Utah, 1993. Dad, do you remember what year the flu game was for Jordan? Yeah, what year?
Love being behind the wheel of a race car. I want to be the best.
All right, I said 93, so we'll go with yours. All right, so 94. Listen, Tyler, 94, Utah, Western Conference, or not Western Conference, NBA Finals. I hit the shot.
You made it. You made it, man.
It's your turn to hit the shot.
Whether it's in a NASCAR Cup Series car, an Indy car at the Indianapolis 500, a midget, a sprint car,
Midget.
whether it's on asphalt or dirt, this guy is phenomenal.
He certainly is, Lee, and Kyle Larson has done his job tonight, but the pit crew has also done their job, including Blaine Anderson, his front tire changer. They gave him the lead on the first green flag stops of the night, and he has controlled the race since then. And Blaine was a football player at Alabama, actually walked on for Coach Saban, and these shots are from the 2015 National Championship game. He was a safety and also a special teams player. I asked him the number one lesson you learned from Nick Saban. He said, honestly, discipline. I said, with what? He said, with everything, no doubt about it. But he gives credit to Scott Cochran, who he tells me is the most famous strength coach in college football, Dave. He said he's the one who told me, try NASCAR after your football career, and he's still here all these years later.
Well, Marty, you know where to go if you're researching famous people and things about them. Well, if you were looking up stuff on Eric Jones, you might go to Wikipedia and you'd see that one of his nicknames is That Jones Boy. That Jones Boy? Well, where did that come from? Well, it came from the legendary and late Ken Squire, and it happened right here at Darlington Raceway a couple years ago.
Well, we're ready
What's up,
for the
Dutch?
start for the
Oh, you know you're in here.
segment. Coming to the line, Larson there with Truax, Hamlin, and Keselowski in the second row, and then it's that Jones boy in the number 77 running fifth.
That's right. Thanks to Ken Squire, that Jones boy is Eric Jones, two-time Darlington winner. And Lee, last November, we lost Ken Squire to a battle with cancer. We loved having him around, loved having him call stage 2 here with Petty and Jarrett and that legendary voice. And he gave him the nickname, Eric Jones, that Jones boy.
And it'll stick around forever, Dave, that's for sure, as Eric is in 17th at the moment, trying to edge his way a little further forward.
And as a fellow New Englander, the highlight of my 9 going on 10 years in television is with Ken Squire threw it back to Jeff and myself and called our names out, Jeff. I felt like we had gone back 20 years. I mean, that is the voice I grew up listening to, owned forever a racetrack up in Vermont, Barry, Vermont, Thunder Road. I went there so much as a kid. It was so special having Ken a part of these broadcasts.
His voice brought racing to so many people, and it made you understand it. He made you love it. You could feel his passion and when he spoke about it. And he did a lot of great things for this sport.
Look at this fight going on just outside the top 10. Josh Berry and Joey Logano, with Ryan Priest not too far away either.
Yeah, a whole group of Fords here. Barry Logano, Priest, 2 SHR Fords, 1 Team Penske. Priest got to the outside of the 22, did a really nice
SHR's
job
on the move.
clearing the 22. Right behind them, the 38 of Gilliland. I tell you, Todd Gilliland returning to front row, I think that's a great decision for this organization. Every week, I think he continues to ascend the ladder. Now, there's small rungs, Jeff, but going the right direction, continues to get better. As now Kyle Busch is going to put Gilliland under attack.
Oh,
Kyle
I lost
Busch
Rev.
is one of those cars that pitted a little bit later, and those 8-lap fresher tires now working as he's driven up to 14. With 24 to go, I think he can get all the way inside the top 10.
This is only stage 2.
I know, dude. That's why I said play Kingdom Come. This race is a snooze fest.
Everybody had RCR pretty much counted out. They really didn't show much speed.
Both Trackhouse cars are ass. Larson's been out front for, say, 90% of the race now. Is that's safe to say?
Get himself in the playoffs.
Yeah, so 90% of the race has been just Larson up front with no one even threatening him.
Briscoe is right now. Briscoe's running him down.
Oh shit! I didn't see the gap.
0.9 seconds.
As he goes
Briscoe is
past
running
Joey
him down.
Logano, he's following in the footsteps of Denny Hamlin, who's up to 7th. So let's get an update on somebody hopeful of making the playoffs, and that is Trackhouse Racing's #1 of Ross Chastain. Kim?
And Lee, he currently runs in the 16th position. And this afternoon, I asked crew chief Phil Surgeon, what's in your toolbox for tonight? And he told me it will all come down to how the first part of the race goes. Who's having a good night, who's not. Well, this team did not score stage points in the first stage. They are not in position to score stage points in this stage. So it looks like it is a must-win situation in the final stage here tonight. And so Phil told me if we are in a position where we have to win, we will throw a Hail Mary in the final stage. So
Oh, Hail Melon Part 2.
relatively straightforward. We know how much tires mean. What does a Hail Mary strategy-wise look like in the final stage of the Southern 500?
Well, the only thing I can assume is opposite of the field. I expect the field to pit twice in the final stage. Pitting only once, I think, is not very advantageous. You're out there slipping and sliding.
That's risky. I like it. See, this is why I like Ross, because Ross will take risks. AD, he won't take risks. He'll just wreck himself.
And see if you can try to overcome the gap.
Plus Ross actually not a back Parker.
We've seen Ross do some pretty wild things in the past. Let's take you back to Martinsville 2022. This move, by the way, is
Hail Melon.
now no longer allowed, but it was spectacular, to say the least. An objective achieved.
Still in person, one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I mean, it didn't look real out of the window, and it just shows you the will of athletes and what he was willing to do on that afternoon. It kind of shocked the whole racing world.
Yeah. Really cool.
Holy shit.
Scheme on this car.
There's a huge
Somewhat
storm
of a
on its way.
throwback with the Busch machine for Ross Chastain.
There's a huge storm. Do you see that, Griffin?
No.
Look at that.
Oh my god. Bruh. Dutch, quit on yourself.
I think he's actually heading away. Look at the video I sent.
It might swing north. Like, it might miss. It's close. It'll be close, kind of thing. Just depends on what Mother Nature wants to... If Mother Nature wants to be a bitch or not.
Cookout Southern 500 continues, and how far can he go? He being Denny Hamlin in
Dang, we faded back to 7th. What
It's
happened?
11th for
Look up,
Joe
we're
Gibbs
7th.
Racing. He has worked his way forward to 4th now with 6-lap fresher tires than the race leader Kyle Larson.
Was running basically in the 5th position when the green flag cycle started many laps ago. He has used those brand new or fresher tires to drive all the way up to 4th, as you pointed out. You see all the traffic in front of him. That's the challenge. Math says he should get to 3rd, no problem, which is William Byron. Briscoe and Larson, though, is out there about 6 seconds. It's going to be difficult to work through traffic, but he still has 13 laps in this stage.
Check this out from a few moments ago. Tyler Reddick in the 45.
Whoa. Yeah, it just gets a little high. Does a nice job of giving up the positions and making sure he keeps the car safe. That's the key. Those are those moments. You're going to have many of them throughout the night. You just have to kind of understand you're in the bad position. Here's Hamlin using those new tires. This is going to be a lot of fun for a driver, Jeff, to be able to have this big of an advantage.
Oh, it's so much fun. Trying to slice through the field. They're telling you where the leader is. You'll see if you can get him.
Well, there's William Byron just ahead of Corey LaJoie. He's not that far. He's less than a second. There he is right there.
Oh, yeah, William Byron is not going to be an issue at all for the 11. Oh, I thought he was going to clear the 7. Oh, he does. Just way more speed than the 24. Still about 7.5 seconds behind the leader, Marty.
Long way to go for Denny Hamlin if he wants to win the stage, but Chris Gabehart reminded him a moment ago, listen, your tires 8-lap fresher than everybody you're running around right now. And just like in the spring, Steve, when the leaders caught the tail end of the field or they were in lap traffic like they are right now, they were able to make passes within the field. Denny Hamlin knew that from Chris Gabehart this afternoon. One of the final things he told him before they took the green today. Here he is trying to get another spot. He may not get the stage win, but Steve, would you play this longer run strategy if you're Chris Gabehart in stage 3?
Well, he's stuck to it for the first 2 stages. I can't imagine he would go away from it now. The question is, how does he get longer than everyone else? You know, people may migrate to his strategy. That's the challenge when you have so much conviction as Chris Gabehart. You kind of show your hand both stages. That longer longer final stage, I think you got to be very careful how you break it up, because if you get a little too greedy early, next thing you know, you have 55 laps in front of you.
For it, yeah.
Yes, and you know, we haven't got to that cliff, but it's coming. You know, these tires only have 36 laps on them, Jeff. What happens at lap 40, 45, 50? Somewhere out there, there could be another huge speed loss.
Well, that's right, and they don't all drop off at the same, right? Some cars will fall off really quickly, and then another car will go 4 or 5 laps longer.
Stage 2 winners, last 3 races here at Darlington. By the way, Denny continues to rack up the impressive numbers here. By leading 15 laps here tonight, including tonight's race, means he has led at least a lap in the last 10 consecutive races here at Darlington.
That's so impressive. And those are the kind of stats as a race car driver that really means something to you, because you know how difficult this racetrack is. And your peers look up to you. You know, they know that as well.
What else is impressive is this pace out of the 24. I thought it was going to be easy work for Hamlin.
Yeah.
But since they both cleared traffic, William Byron's car has really come to life. Now Hamlin will throw it down to the inside.
Oh, a little touch. Loosens up the 24 and Hamlin.
Denny.
Oh, I don't think William Byron's going to love that on the radio. I knew he would, you know, he knew he had to fight the 11 off, but aggressive for stage 2. I think this goes back to that engine penalty. I think Denny is driving with just a little bit more ferocity because he feels like he has given up so much.
Yeah, Denny just up the racetrack into the left rear quarter panel. If you're William Byron, you're like, what the heck, man? Like, I'm up against the wall. What do you want me to do?
So the margin with just 6 laps to go is 6.5 seconds to race leader Kyle Larson. Larson 1.8 seconds over Briscoe, and then a healthier gap back to Hamlin in the 11 up to 3rd. Remember, 6 laps, fresher tires. Is that going to pay off over these closing 5 laps? We'll see. Keep your eye on the difference between Larson and Hamlin, 6.3 seconds.
And Larson still battling with Suarez. It seems like we've seen this now multiple times in this race. The 99 of Suarez, last car on the lead lap once again, continues to battle the 5, and he's going to put it right up against the wall, and that momentum makes it so difficult for the 5 to pass, especially on old tires.
tires, you can kind of get a little bit of the power down, but at this point,
I think Lawrenson at this point, with no pressure from behind, is like, okay, I'm not going to fight you here. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. And I think that's a wise decision.
Absolutely.
Briscoe is about a second and a half behind.
While our main focus, and understandably so, is on the playoff points structure and who's going to make it and who doesn't. 3 laps to go in this second stage. Remember, Kyle Larson is determined to win the regular season, and he started this Southern 500 17 points back from Tyler Reddick. He's shaved that down, fellas, down to 8 now.
And leading to 163 laps while doing it. So not only gaining points, but asserting himself as the dominant car from the sunshine into the dark, yet continues to lead.
Hamlin's making inroads, but he's going to run out of time and run out of laps in this second stage. But it's been pretty impressive.
He is, but remember, that final stage is 20 so laps, maybe a few more than 20 laps longer. So, you know, the long-run car's going to be tested even more. I love this view. I could ride on the roof of Hamlin when he's just so precise around here.
Final lap of this second stage, and the pilot of the HendrickCars.com Chevy for Hendrick Motorsports won stage 1 in Vegas, won stage 2 in Vegas, and drove all the way to victory lane in Vegas in just the 3rd round of this 2024 Cup Series Championship. Is that an omen for tonight here in the Southern 500? Nobody has really been close. Chase Briscoe, yes, but Kyle Larson in control. Stage 2 victory. 10th stage win of this year. What an impressive run thus far.
And we only get 2 stage wins.
Briscoe follows him in second. Hamlin up to 3rd. Byron and Bell. For Tyler Reddick, who is trying to hang tough, he has drifted back to 8th at the end of this second stage. It is a tough night. Everybody knew it would be in the Southern 500, and they're all chasing Kyle Larson.
Why does everybody want to throw fisticuffs with me? I'm a
who
strength
has
build,
garnered
bitch.
the most points this evening, Kyle Larson, but there's a quick snapshot for you at who has done the best through the first 2 stages of this Cookout Southern 500. Been a really good night for Chase Briscoe. Denny Hamlin fighting his way forward as well. Chris Buescher with the 1 point. All right, pit road's about to get super busy. As you saw the top 2 head, there they go. Hamlin, William Byron. Marty, they're coming your way. Here we
Yeah,
go.
you're right. What a dominant performance for the 5 team tonight. Kyle Larson said at the end of the run he had a little bit of an uneasy feeling. And then Cliff Daniels said something very interesting. We looked at the adjustments that the 24 made on the last stop. We're going to copy that on this stop. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin made it up to 3rd. He said that was the freest the car had been all evening long. An adjustment coming for the 11, Dave.
Christopher Bell finished 5th in that stage. Chase Briscoe 2nd. Briscoe said, for the long run, I need grip. I cannot be any tighter to the front. The driver of the 20 said, going loose with laps, and that started pretty early. He'll get adjustment 12. 4 tires lead. Watch the race off pit road.
Watching. Thanks, Dave.
Oh,
Here it
no.
is. Hamlin grabbed one. Nice work. Pretty
And
stable there.
lost.
Bubba Wallace grabbed one as well. Tyler Reddick trying to hang on and hang tough, and that's the way it's been since 1950. This place oozes history, and if your name is on the winners list, that is truly special.
I got yelled at for fighting. Yo, I just got out of fist fighting. Shut the fuck up, guard. Jesus.
What a sight it is at night, Darlington Raceway. And the Labor Day tradition that is the Southern 500. And I want to remind you that as NASCAR gears up for the home stretch, Powerball is back again with its own version of NASCAR Playoff. Last year, Stephanie Walker of West Point, Mississippi was the $1 million winner at Phoenix Raceway.
Yep.
Congratulations
Bruh.
to these 16 lottery players locked in through their state lottery for the chance to win $1 million. Follow along as we will reveal the 4 players who will win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Championship weekend and an entry into the $1 million draw. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR. So, we were fortunate enough to have the 7-time champ with us on the broadcast last weekend.
Oh, no.
Dave has found Jimmy Johnson here tonight as well.
He's back!
Oh, no.
Jimmy's back!
Hi, Steve.
And the 7-time champ and the 3-time Darlington winner. And it was going so well for Eric. He was making forward progress. But now we've had some things happening with Eric's car. What's going on?
We're not quite sure yet. So unfortunate turn of events just before the stage ended. It seemed like there was something going wrong with the steering, maybe in the left front. We got those wheels and tires off, nothing glaring there, everything looked fine. New wheels and tires go on and still have an issue with the steering. So This is one of those moments where I'm glad I'm sitting here and I'm not the guy in the car when the steering does whatever it's going to here at some point.
Well, you know, on the box, not in the 84 car this weekend for one of your starts this year. What do you like to do? How do you like to be involved? What do you like to provide on a race basis here?
I have so little time on a pit box watching that I'm just taking it all in and trying to understand the communication between driver, spotter, crew chief, watching our pit crew do their great work over the wall. So really just observing right now because it is still so new to me.
The view is so different, right? Because you want to contribute, and you were a driver for so long, but it's so different. There's different stuff you can pick up.
It is so different. It's very helpless. When you're in the car, you have such a better understanding of what's going on, connected to the performance of the car. It is very confusing and very distant sitting on the pit box watching.
All right, taking notes is the co-owner of Legacy Motor Club. Going to get some ideas for next time they get together and talk about it, Marty.
Dave, want to get a quick health update on Tyler Reddick and what a gutty performance it has been for the driver of the 45 so far this evening. Under that last stop, he did ask for more medicine to be mixed up in a water bottle. They were able to hand him that medicine.
Bro's gonna OD.
The point Jeff he made is he said it felt like the medicine that he got in stage 2, number 1, helped him, but number 2 was wearing off towards the end of the stage. Stage 3, much longer. So how much can Tyler Reddick stand tonight, and can he make it all the way to the end?
Oh, I think he'll make it to the end. I mean, he's much past halfway in this race. And emotionally, Steve, that means, hey, I'm making it. I'm going to be all right.
I agree, and the adrenaline, the potential opportunity to win.
All right, Watermelon, let's go.
Briscoe is on the front row. Come on, Briscoe. Make this one happen. That's that fine.
Let's get ready to go. Stage 3 of the Southern 500. Let's do it.
Reflag.
Still rolling. You have no help here. Still tight. Still tight.
Oh.
Still tight.
Briscoe.
Briscoe. Still tight. Still tight inside. Still tight.
And Briscoe,
still
Briscoe,
very
Briscoe.
tight.
Go.
Still there.
Briscoe.
Still there. Still there. Still just shooting him. Still just shooting him.
Don't let what happened to your teammate in the Xfinity Series happen to you today, please. He's still side by side. Holy crap.
Still there, tight quarter. Still just shooting him. Still there, quarter, tight, clear.
Oh, come on, Briscoe, come on.
That's the voice of Tyler Mon. You saw him there, the spotter for the 5 of Kyle Larson, who is not only spotting for him here in the Southern 500, he had the honor of spotting for his driver at the Indianapolis 500 this year when Kyle did the double, or attempted to do the double. Of course, weather interrupted it at Charlotte Motor Speedway. But Tyler told me this afternoon that was one of the biggest thrills of his life, being the regular spotter here and going to Indy and doing that for Kyle.
Oh, I can only imagine. Kyle Larson loved the opportunity. As a spotter, you have to love the opportunity as well. A little bit of challenge here for the 20 of Bell, though. We were watching that battle at the front. Barry gets into the left side.
Oh.
Gets up into the wall. Damage to the
wondering
left
how we got
and
so
the
many
right
spots.
side.
Bell, you couldn't have took out fucking the 54, the 23. God damn it.
I was wondering why he gained so many spots.
Put him in a bad position. A lot of drivers going to be upset.
Well, here we are in the final stage. 241 laps complete, 127.
We have another 137 lap stage. Oh.
Between Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace, 6 points between the opportunity to race for the championship or no opportunity when the playoff field is set. That's assuming Larson wins the race. A Briscoe win moves everything, but right now Larson's so dominant. I think if you're the 23 and the 17, it has come down to simple math equation. Every position on the racetrack is a point. So the 23 runs 8th, the 17 runs 13th. That means that 23 car needs to move up 6. Hope Buescher loses 6. It's going to be a fascinating final stage.
It sure will. 126 to go. In this, it's Larson, Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Tyler Reddick hanging tough as Marty continues to update us on what has been happening medically there with Tyler Reddick. And then Ty Gibbs narrowly avoided that moment earlier.
Yeah, you see Christopher Bell trying to take the fight to Bubba Wallace here, but I wonder if Christopher Bell's car didn't have a little bit of damage on the right side.
After that incident.
Yeah, he just, the 4 Barry just ran him into the wall. See, the lettering is off the left front tire.
Oh, the right side has damage. Bell's just never going to get far enough away from the wall for you to see it. Jeff, he's going to keep it hidden. There you go. No Goodyears on the right side turning in there as well.
I know what, there's smoke flying out of that helmet. I mean, that just gets you so angry. And you'll remember it when you get around that guy that did that to you. You're not going to cut him any slack.
I think the left front, I want to say it was starting to look a little slack, like it potentially was losing some air. Almost could see a wrinkle on it. Maybe I'm dreaming.
Just keeping you updated as far as the regular season championship is concerned. Kyle Larson has overtaken Tyler Reddick and leads the regular season by a single solitary point.
I tell you what, Chase Briscoe, he took the fight to Kyle Larson on that restart. I thought he almost got it from him. Chase Briscoe's hungry, and he has so much to gain tonight. Winning this race versus Kyle Larson, he's willing to do things that Kyle may not be willing to do.
Let's talk more about the 14. Here's Dave Burns.
His crew chief, Richard Boswell, just got on the radio to him after that restart and said, okay, keep him within striking distance. You know how we've been on green flag stops. I'm thinking that is not maybe as good as the 5, but just keep it within striking distance. He's right there.
Chase has won here in spectacular fashion in Xfinity Series competition. However, he said, I kind of like this comment. He said, whether this is in the playoffs, the Southern 500, or it isn't, he said, this is one of NASCAR's crown jewels. I just want to win.
Everybody, Steve, everybody wants 500. It is, you know, the Daytona 500, the Southern 500, Coca-Cola 600, must wins.
And I think this one's a little bit of a driver race. You know, it's like every car is slipping and sliding. Some are faster than the others, but anyone who competes in it just realizes the challenge of trying to run 500 miles around here. And I think there's some mutual respect in the garage area. Not as much specifically about the fan base, but within the garage, crew chiefs, drivers, engineers. If you can, you know, put a Southern 500 trophy in your trophy case, I think it kind of raises your notch.
I mentioned a moment ago about his Xfinity Series win here at Darlington. Let's remind you what it looked like because it was spectacular.
Great battle. Watch this. I mean, just such an intense race. Remember, you got to remember that, you know, Briscoe wasn't real sure where his future was going. You know, most of these drivers have had a point in their career where they didn't know what was going to happen, and a moment happened, a win happened, and you got a lucky break, and you went on, and you just never know where your career is going to go.
Do the Chase Briscoe.
And for those Stuart Haas cars running with Briscoe in second, Josh Berry just rebounding wonderfully so after that huge moment in Daytona last week. Berry runs in 6th. Ryan Preece running in the top 15, just behind Ross Chastain and ahead of Todd Gilliland. How far can he go? Kyle Larson is edging closer and closer to leading 200 laps in this Southern 500. He's up to 190 already in a dominant display. Now under the lights here at Darlington Raceway. It was a race that started with a little bit of a bang, a big bang in fact. On the second lap, Martin Truex Jr. gets out of shape, and poor old Ryan Blaney was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Both out of the race pretty much as soon as it had started. However, there is somewhat of a silver lining in this for Martin Truex Jr. as we show you the updated playoff standings. Stevie's highlighting it there with the telestrator. Truex, purely because of where we are in the duration of this race with stage points in stage 1 and 2 having come and gone. Martin is locked into the 2024 playoffs.
Yeah, and this being his last full-time season, you know, I'm indifferent on who has great runs and who doesn't. I just hope for great racing. But when you see somebody like Truex and this career that he's had and the way he's carried himself in the sport, I think I was hoping that he would be in. I want to see him make a run at a championship. I hope that he wins at least one more race. I want to see a race win in his final full-time season for the fans, for Johnny Morris, for Joe Gibbs Racing, for everybody around him, for Martin. I think he's had such a great career. If you can earn such a right, I think he has. Unfortunately, the racing gods don't care. You're going to have to go earn it on the racetrack. That's what makes racing so beautiful, is when you line up on the grid, it doesn't matter if you've won 0 races or 63 races. Your opportunity in front of you is the same. You have to make it happen.
Since the stage 3 restart, Tyler Reddick has hung tough and rebounded somewhat. He's up 3 positions to be back running in the top 5. As we take you back just a few moments ago, Shane Van Gisbergen and John Hunter Nemechek, check this out. Yeah. SVG on the low line.
Seen a lot of cars make contact right here. I think SVG was expecting John Hunter to be a little bit closer to the wall, which I think is fair for him to expect. Normally the guy on the outside will be out by the wall. Now, we've seen multiple times where it didn't matter the guy was out by the wall. They've been run into, but in that case, I feel like he was just expecting a little more space.
And Jeff, we're kind of getting to a little bit of a fork in the road right here, lap 261. If you break down this final stage, you do a little math, you expect to pit a couple times. You're going to come around lap 270 and maybe around lap 315 or 320. But there is this outside chance. We talked about the potential, what's a Hail Mary? The one said we'll do something crazy. Well, I think option A, and what most will do, will be pit twice, as I just mentioned. Option B is you pit 3 times, which means you're probably going to be on pit road at like lap 267, 268. The crazy strategy, what I think is the scariest strategy, is not pit until almost all the way to lap 300. That puts you out there on old tires for a long time. Now, a timely yellow, it's like, that Powerball playoff, you're hitting the lottery ticket with a yellow.
The Morgan & Morgan onboard shot. Hey, Marty, I know that you've been following the radio on the 11 and you're monitoring the progress of Denny Hamlin. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to follow suit what they've been doing for the early part of the night?
Yeah, Diff, I just asked Chris Gabehart that question a moment ago. I said, do you think the running long strategy will pay off? And he said, yes, I do think it'll pay off. And he reminded Denny Hamlin of that a moment ago. Listen.
Time to be all in yet. When he gets in front of the 14, you'll have to pound. Chris, I know you're studying, but I'm doing the best I can. I got it. Just doing my job.
Steve, the first part of that was, it's not time to be all in yet. That's code from Chris Gabehart to Denny Hamlin to say, hey, you're still conserving your stuff in this run. That leads me to believe that, yes, indeed, they will play that long strategy like they've done all night long here in stage 3.
All night long, and kind of their signature. I mean, look at their best average finish here. In 8.3, 24 starts. You mentioned it, Diff, that he just has completed all the laps, hasn't really had any issues.
No DNFs.
No DNFs. Where it's a track where you can have some like slugfest to finish. It'd be easy to get turned into the wall on one of these green, white checkers or these crazy races. So no DNFs is so impressive. And I mean, their signature is normally long. And if anyone can take care of rear tires, it's Denny Hamlin. Remember that win back in Bristol when the tires were just disintegrating off these race cars? Who made it last? The 11 of Hamlin.
By the way, Goodyear tells me the same tires will be at Bristol when we're there soon in the playoffs.
Exciting times.
finishing
Oh.
up his stop. We talked about that Hail Mary Phil Surgeon talked about. They're going to stop 3 times this final stage. Brad Keselowski also in, will stop 3 times. That 6th car just a little numb. Felt like he had Novocaine on the front end of the car was his report.
And remember, when we stop 3 times, it's not because of Sunoco fuel. You can run over 70 laps on fuel. You just don't want to try to run these Goodyear tires more than 50 laps. So to try to think only one more stop, I think would just be asking too much.
By the way, 12 sets of Goodyears for this Southern 500. How do you use them? How do you look after them? All part of the overall and overarching race management strategy. Here's Ty Gibbs in the Monster Toyota.
Yeah, Lee, we talked about how there would be the race within the race. So this is Chris Gale answering what Phil Surgeon did a moment ago. Remember, all of these drivers around the cut line. Right now where Ty Gibbs is, feels pretty comfortable above the cut line, but he's just covering what the one had done on the last stop coming in the lap before. He's coming for 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Tony Hirschman constantly reminding his driver, Ty Gibbs, take care of the right side of the car. We're truly racing ourselves tonight.
It's Chase Briscoe. Been a great night for him, Dave, and a win is still on the cards if he can do anything about Larson and keep Hamlin at bay as well.
Lee, he might have tapped the wall just a minute ago, but the car's been just so loose. He's been encouraged by his crew chief. Keep fighting for us. We'll fix you up on this stuff. You can see the mark on the right rear quarter panel. Well, that could have come from earlier as well. It is Darlington after all, but crew going to work now, trying to hold their position here. As Marty, we see the 5 of Larson on pit road.
Yeah, Kyle Larson coming down pit road. He saw Michael McDowell, who pitted way earlier in this stage, coming behind him, and he said, is that for position behind me? And they said, no, don't worry about that. McDowell is a couple of laps down. Now we'll see where Larson cycles out. This pit crew has just been outstanding all night long, Lee.
Another slick, efficient stop from the 5 crew. This night could not be going any better for Kyle Larson, who has led 207 laps of the Southern 500.
And now this is this game of the tortoise and the hare, the game of leapfrog. 14 pits, lap later, the 5 pits. Then Denny Hamlin, when will he come? So as we see the 5 leave pit road, here comes the 14 down the front stretch into turn 1. He's going to have a ton of pace up the banking of 1 and 2. The question is, will the 5 be able to get off from the corner in front of him? He will, and he will relatively easily, to be quite honest. Great job by Kyle Larson on and off pit road to stay out in front of the 14, even with the 14 coming a lap earlier.
So now we wait and watch. This has been kind of one of the ongoing storylines of how long will the 11 of Hamlin go, when will he come in, and what advantage will it pay?
2 other cars we want to keep an eye on, and that's right here. Bubba Wallace and Chris Buescher. Remember, that's the battle for the final spot. Bubba Wallace needs to beat Chris Buescher, assuming no new winner, by 12 spots. That's the math. It's as simple as that. He has to find positions. So while we talk about Hail Marys to win the race, Buescher should just be chasing the 23. Whenever he pits, just come with him.
Watch what happened to Chris Buescher just a few moments ago. Boom! Into the wall.
Boom!
That was the entrance to turn 3. Now
Yes.
Buescher on to pit road.
Kim's there.
And they're reminding him, make no mistakes, do not speed on this stop. The crew to the right side. Chris fired up just a little bit free on this run.
Slow stop for Buescher.
Do not tighten it up. They'll take 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel under green.
And the guy he's fighting to make the playoffs just saw his teammate and one of his team bosses go blowing on by Bubba Wallace in Brad Keselowski.
So interesting move by the 23 running long. Remember, a yellow right now, it would be a pit of the stomach field for Chris Buescher because Wallace hasn't pitted yet. He's on the lead lap. Now he's losing time. This is that run long strategy that we see Hamlin kind of work out. But I don't hate this move by the 23 because I don't see 12 positions available as good as the 17 is.
They're going for
So now that the 17 pitted, he pitted first. If you're crew chief in the 23, are you now saying we have to run long?
I think because they beat me to pit road, they kind of flipped over my cards for me. And I said, oh man, well, now what I need you to do is run long. We're going to chase. And if you're going to chase anybody, I'd follow whatever the strategy is, the guy that owns the team. So since Denny Hamlin's long, I would jump on that train.
There has only been 1 caution for on-track activity, and that was on the 2nd lap with Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney. The other 2 are for the stage breaks. Here we go. Hamlin's answering our question and our query, and William Byron's following him in.
Both got the pit road clean. That's the first challenge right here. And now, Marty, it's up to the pit crew. They don't need the perfect stop, just a solid 4 tires.
And here's the interesting part, Steve. Rudy Fugle has now flipped to the strategy that Chris Gabehart has played all night long. And these 2 cars, as you will see, just 1 pit stall apart. William Byron has a little more trouble getting into his stall. Denny Hamlin said this car's a little bit too free the longer he goes. And William Byron has been so good on the long run tonight, but a little bit too free at the end of that run. And Hamlin on the 11 team gaining a good bit of an advantage over the 24 on that stop.
Now the race win will be between these 2 and the 5 of Larson. Now I expect Larson to definitely jump in front of the 5. We'll just have to, or excuse me, the 5 in front of the 11. We just have to see how the new tires pay off. Bubba Wallace, Jeff, now comes to pit road as well. Dave.
And before the cycle started, Steve, Bubba had only picked up 1 spot on the track. So you got to do something different, right? So I think that's why they switched strategies here and went to the one that Denny Hamlin and others were running as well. 1 lap later, Bubba Wallace comes to pit road, expecting his pit crew to do a quick stop for him, maybe a little bit of a change, but really no complaints from the driver on the balance, perhaps just keeping up with the track. 2 tires on. Here come the other 2. Fuel going in. Christopher Bell on pit road as well.
Busy pit road, decisions by crew chiefs. Let's set the stage for the win. 5 of Larson, still a pit stop to go. A little bit fresher tires, about 6 laps on Denny Hamlin. Huge gap, but a huge advantage. Can the 11 chase down the 5 car? It's nearly a half a lap, but almost 6 or 7 seconds. 6 or 7 tenths of a second faster every lap on the newer tires.
I don't know if Ross bit yet.
He did. He was the first one to go. Right. Ross was the first to go.
That's right.
Come on, Watermelon.
This race sucks.
Race is dookie. This is where we have a Ricky Spinhouse wreck, and then Briscoe wrecks the 5 and the 54, and Ross on the final lap, and Ross wins.
Oh. So we're ready.
Please.
It's his flu game mode.
Busher wrecks Bubba. Oh, Bubba be pissed. Oh, Busher. Contact with the 20.
See one of the usual suspects to spin themselves.
That's what I'm saying.
Harrison, Corey, somebody, please.
Dylan.
Just anybody, John Hardy, check. Somebody needs to spin. Osafar's racing to get his lap back. Look at him! Look at Osafar! He got it! Good looks, Osafar!
Osavar.
Osafar's racing to get his lap back.
Kyle Larson leads this race as he has been doing for 213 laps in the Southern 500. He leads the regular season championship points, and he's got a bunch maximized the playoff point situation. It's been a positive night too for Ty Gibbs, Marty. As you see on the bubble points there, he's 46 points to the good, and he's worked his way
Oh,
up
yeah,
into
Ty
the
Gibbs
top 3.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs and Chris Gale have managed this race terrifically. They pitted a little bit earlier in this cycle than everyone else did. Again, kind of answering the call that Phil Surgeon and Ross Chastain made, and that got them some track position. Gibbs so far in third and so far in the playoffs, Kim.
And Chris Buescher also in the playoff picture, that last spot as it runs +9. He currently is in the 14th position, and I asked the team kind of what their thoughts were headed into this race, and they said, we didn't even want to be in this position. This season has been so frustrating with near wins. Their goal, just make it through tonight, make the playoffs, then they'll treat it as a reset. They feel like they can do a lot of damage if they make the playoffs.
Bubba Wallace's crew chief, Booty Barker, told me today, if you're not prepared when you get here, you can't catch up at Darlington. Well, Bubba Wallace was prepared, sat on the pole, and led laps early, but this driver has lost a bit of the pace here mid-race. It's going to be hard to get back. He's got to get that distance between himself and Buescher a lot larger, Kim.
And currently Ross Chastain outside the playoff picture, but runs the best he has all night in the 5th position due to strategy. We talked about the Hail Mary Phil Surgeon played here, likely stopping 3 times this final stage. And how do they find themselves in this position? Well, they have not earned enough stage points this season compared to what they did last season. Last season at this point, 148 stage points. 72 fewer stage points have been earned
Jesus.
this season.
Well, Ross got involved in a lot of wrecks this year.
Ross has been very inconsistent this year.
Yeah.
To have to try to throw this Hail Mary, get a win, and find themselves in the title hunt.
Even if Ross misses the playoffs, I still think he wins one of the playoff races.
For Ross Chastain, but he's gone from 22nd up to 5th. But
Ross has talent.
to those guys that he's surrounded
He just
by.
has shit luck this year.
Look at the Buescher-Wallace battle. I think the big challenge for
Legit.
Bubba Wallace is, yes, he's outrun Buescher most of the night or all night, but you know there's only 19 cars on the lead lap. Buescher's running 14th. As long as Buescher stays in the lead lap and has, you know, he's got to keep reasonable pace, not have a bad night. He can probably get done what he needs to get done.
Yeah, if I'm the 17 right now, Chris Buescher and Scott Graves, I am clearly just racing the 23 car. I can't catch Gibbs. I'm just trying to cover the 23 and cheer on Larson or Hamlin or somebody that's already won a race. You can't have a new winner.
Oh,
66 slow on the track.
Problems for Timmy Hill.
Is he gonna pit? Is he gonna pit? Is he gonna pit?
And he'll be able to get to a safe spot.
Yeah, he's all the way at the bottom. Oh, look at this big stack up here. The 10 of Noah Gragson, 38 of Gilliland, 38 as the freshest tires of the group. Really just off pit road. He's in the 15th position.
Let's have a look at what just went down with these guys. Gragson on the low line. Cindric's in there. Gilliland goes high right across the front of Eric Jones. That was a lucky escape.
Oh, Timmy's pulling it in. He's done. Timmy is going to the garage.
Only 70 laps to go in the Cookout Southern 500 here at Darlington Raceway, and this is the driver and the car that has been in total control for almost the entire way. Pole sitter Bubba Wallace and playoff hopeful Bubba Wallace led the opening 37 laps, but then slipped back, and as soon as Kyle Larson got in front, it was look out, pretty much lights out. Whenever he's led more than 200 laps, he has a 30% conversion rate of winning. Pretty successful, and it's looking like that to defend his Southern 500 win of a year ago.
And the split road maps are slowly coming back together. The 11 of Denny Hamlin came out of pit road well over 10 seconds back, almost 13 to be quite honest. Now he's got it down to 5 seconds back, and now he's working past Briscoe. And I think this is when this strategy of running long gets difficult, because he's better than the 14. He has better tires, but you kind of have to like dispose of them. If you get stuck in that air for a couple extra laps, it just really puts you in a bad spot. Hamlin knows it. He's working all he can. This is a good run right here.
Good run here.
That's still not quite good enough. What he needs is for Briscoe to run that bottom lane in 3 and 4. Briscoe to the top. That forces Hamlin to go to the bottom. Jacquard just does not rotate like it needs to in the middle. Good forward momentum here, side by side with him.
Denny Hamlin.
Goodbye, Denny.
On the inside
Here
of Chase Briscoe, and has continued this alternate strategy. Come from behind, charge back up through the field to second place.
Hamlin.
So we're around lap 300. This is kind of a point in the road for the 1 and the 54, who I think are hitting an extra time. If that is true, we're going to need to see them in the next 2 or 3 laps for the math to work out. For Hamlin and Larson, we're about 15 to 20 laps from their pit stop. So the question is very simple. 4.6 seconds. Does Hamlin run Larson down before they come to pit road again? That's kind of like the first demarcation point where you can kind of start grading the strategies.
I just don't care no more.
Enjoying the ride around Darlington Raceway with Denny.
Think about next week. Can you imagine kicking off the playoffs at Atlanta? I mean, it's going to be these playoffs stiff with Atlanta and Watkins Glen, the Roval, Talladega. These first 2 rounds have, I think, the most roller coaster potential, right? We could have moments, wrecks, anything could change kind of the complexion of these playoffs.
Here's RCR's Kyle Busch. After that thriller last week in Daytona, where Harrison Burton won, narrowly ahead of this man here that we're looking back at from Chris Busch's car. He needed and still needs a win to get in, but that's getting increasingly more difficult as Kyle Busch runs in 16th place.
Not only that, but he's for 19 straight seasons, he's won a win. He has won a race.
He's won a win.
And for a guy like Kyle Busch that's accustomed to winning, this has been a very difficult year.
See, with
Dave,
RCR,
he does not want that streak to end.
No, he does not, and he'd like the car to get a little bit better, but he says it's okay tight, meaning it won't steer a little bit, but that is good, but then it just goes loose. Goes loose the longer the run goes on. So haven't been able to quite fix that for Kyle Busch tonight. Another win here at Darlington looks far out of reach, Marty.
Dave, at 231 laps led and counting, there have been very few cracks in the armor for Kyle Larson tonight, but the handling not quite as good on the 5 car. Listen in.
I can maybe stand it to be a little bit freer.
When you can wrap the top of the wall off of 4, that was a really good pocket for speed, and I think you have to turn well enough to be able to do that. It'll be very small on the next adjustment.
I've benefited with clean air here too, so trapping up might be tighter.
So with a 3.5-second lead, Jeff, Kyle Larson and Cliff Daniels feel like the car can be even better. But how does Cliff Daniels even know that there might be a little bit of speed if Kyle Larson takes that exit a little bit higher off turn 4?
Well, those guys, they work so well together. And I think actually what he was saying is that we need to make the car better so you can run higher on the exit of turn 4. He said there's speed if you can run high on exit. You can't do it now. So we're going to make a small adjustment the next time we stop.
Well, we have a big battle going right here. You see on the bottom right, that is Chris Buescher, who has now been overtaken by the 8 of Kyle Busch. And why that matters is because this gap right here
is down to 4. I mentioned we needed 12 spots between the two. Well, now on the bottom of the screen is the 23 of Bubba Wallace, and if you look up here, he's got 3 cars up to Chastain right in front of him that I think he can get. Here's Reddick coming back to him in a hurry. I mean, the 23 is much better than the 45, the 1, and even the 54 in their tire situation. So now it's down to 3 points. I think this is going to be a high-pressure, high-nerve situation for the 17 and the 23 over these last 60 laps.
Could it be back-to-back races at Darlington Raceway that breaks Chris Busch's heart? Remember earlier in the year when he was fighting with Tyler Reddick and he was looking good for a victory, and Reddick tried a slide job on him and ended up in the wall. And he was furious. Buescher was furious with the driver of the 45 then. So now it's down to 2. Buescher is 2 above the cut line, Wallace 2 behind, but the balance of power is massively swinging Bubba's way.
It is, and this whole time Hamlin has run Larson down, only 2.7 seconds behind. 59 laps to go. These leaders are sliding around on like 36 laps on the Kyle Larson machine. We have Ross Chastain on 41 lap tires. So between 30 and 40 lap tires, Bubba Wallace said he has to do better. He wanted it on his shoulders. Well, he might just get that opportunity in this last 58 laps.
He's got 5 seconds to make up to try and catch Ty Gibbs. This is what I was talking about a few moments ago. This was in the spring race, and look at how incensed Chris Buescher was with Tyler Reddick. Reddick's trying to plead his case and say, I'm sorry, man, I didn't mean it. It was just one of those things. And Buescher's like, I needed that win. You're already in the playoffs.
Loki, knock it off.
Are we going to be talking about that moment back in the spring at the end of this cutoff race tonight in just 57 laps?
Waiting for a commercial caution. I'm seeing what you're doing. Oh, caution. Commercial caution. I fucking knew it.
Carson Hocevar!
That's actually kind of huge for Ross, actually. Hold on a minute. That's actually huge for us.
It's Ross's pit.
Wait. Are you fucking kidding me?
Ross's pit.
Wait. Oh, we're gonna be trapped a lap down then.
And then Dawson
we're
just
fucked.
I say both you and Dawson just got cooked.
As you saw in non-stop, we are under caution for just the second on-track incident, and it is
finally
Motorsports.
Oh
Carson
my
Hocevar
God!
Started on the front row earlier today, losing control of the 77 all by himself.
He was underneath Eric Jones. Not sure if anything happened before they got to turn 3, but just underneath him, and he loses it.
Rear grip just goes away, and unfortunate, couldn't be worse timing for the one of Ross Chastain, who had just entered pit road. I thought there was a chance, Jeff, that he could hit it perfect, service his car, and then, you know, leave the pit still in the lead lap, but he ended up going a lap down to Kyle Larson, but just a few seconds.
By the way, about 3 or 4 laps prior to that, the 5 did have a glance with the wall. You can see it there on the front right and
should have been the whole
rear
car
right.
in the wall.
And Denny Hamlin was just under 3 seconds in arrears of
Well,
Larson.
that's gay.
And says thanks very much.
Well, there goes Ross this season.
Split strategy, that's all out the
Unless we
window.
keep stacking up cars.
They're going to stretch this last set of tires, barring another yellow.
Please.
So now the question is, you know, what do you need? 52 laps on a set of tires would be the longest that most of these guys have tried to put on a set of tires tonight. You're going to run the hardest on this restart, so it's going to be hard to manage tires. And pit crews, right? Green flag pit stops. You know, you can be a couple tenths of a second, even a half a second slow on the pit stop, and it all kind of get figured out in the wash, but not now. Now you're all on pit road together.
Yeah, that caution came out. We saw Chris Buescher kind of backing up through the field a little bit, having trouble. That may have been a break for him. And we'll see how it works out, but Chris was having issues with his car. Now they get in here, get a chance to make some changes.
Here we go. Pit road's getting busy. Marty, they're coming your way.
Kyle Larson said, overall, I think the track is just losing grip. He said, I need to be freer. This is going to be a long run. Cliff Daniels reminded him the pit crew has been flawless all night. Let's see if they can deliver again. His teammate William Byron said, undo the last adjustment you did. I need that completely gone. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin said, way too tight on that run. We'll see if they make the right adjustments here, Dave.
Chase Briscoe gives up third. He said, I was tighter taking off, then made myself lose rear grip trying to make it turn. They're going to go halfway back on the last adjustment they made, 4 tires and fuel.
Here's the race off.
Larson,
Good
Hamlin,
work again
Briscoe,
from the
very.
5. No worries, the 11. Chase Briscoe as well. Good work from Stuart Haas to
And
get Josh
Reddick
Berry
fell off
up
a
one.
cliff. Cool.
And Ty Gibbs.
Rip.
Racing here at Darlington in the legendary Southern.
So you also got cucked.
Doesn't matter. We've been running like dookie since we had the
Kyle
flu.
Larson joins some of the sport's most famous in defending his win and go back to back.
I shouldn't be mad. That's not really under risk.
Yeah.
It's just irritating.
Yeah, it sucks. Like,
The night that really matters to us is when we're sick. You know, if we could have just done what we've done in the past and made Daytona the final race, you know, that would have been nice. But nope. It's going to be difficult and make Darlington the final race where Kyle Larson is known to be good. This sucks, dude.
I think I might make some pizza rolls after the race, but I don't know if I want to make them in the oven or the microwave. I'm thinking more of the oven because I like them.
Kyle Larson to crash. That's all we need. That's all we
I need like everyone to start crashing.
We just need Larson to crash. Elliott is nowhere near us to take our regular season title from us.
I need Bubba to wreck, Buescher to wreck, Gibbs to wreck.
Gibbs is already locked in, I think.
Need a repeat winner.
Which is going to be...
Or Ross to win.
Reddick, or... No, I can't even say Reddick. Probably going to be Hamlin, Briscoe, or Larson.
Well, Briscoe's not a repeat winner, so that would cuck Ross.
That is true. Yeah, never mind, I forgot. So it'd be either Reddick.
So Ross needs those guys to wreck out and finish like top 5, or he just needs to win the race. But we're trapped a lap down, so
We still have 50 laps to go, so anything can happen.
anything's possible.
Anything is possible. This stupid race that has to be the regular season finale.
You know it, man.
The most boring race that we've had this season. Well,
I've
besides the
always,
All-Star
I've
race.
always, I've always disliked Darlington.
I like Darlington. I like driving it. I think it's a nice historic track. It's just, I don't know. I just think it's Larson being absolutely I'd send it this
I like it for its history, but like the racing product and racing it myself, I hate it.
Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern.
like racing it.
Guess who's on it this week? This Wednesday.
It's just hard.
Our very own KP, Kyle
That's why I
Petty.
like
Kyle, what are you going to chat about? And DJ, what do the two of you make about what has gone down? And are we headed for a tiebreaker for that final bubble position between Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace?
Oh,
You know,
boy,
we talk about it all the
here
time.
we
It's a
go.
team
Oh, the
sport.
SHR cars
It's
are
a
behind
team
each other.
sport. And you see these guys on pit road,
Agree.
they falter a little bit. They give up 5 or 6
Where
spots.
did we falter?
These guys, the 23 of Bubba Wallace, the 17
Where
of Chris
are we?
Buescher. It's one-on-one. It's Michael Jordan. It's one-on-one. That's all they care about. 12 positions, as we've heard Steve Letarte say.
Yeah, Buescher right now probably has more cars that he can pass as he looks ahead of that.
Dawson's gonna kill himself.
Oh, absolutely.
If Denny fence, yeah, because Denny probably knows that his car would win the regular season. You watch, Hamlin's gonna fence Larson within the first few laps.
I got enough, man. We honestly picked this up for you all night, or not all night, but the last few stops. So we're putting it on your shoulders here at this point. We're out at the moment. You got to get to the fast board.
So you heard it. They're putting it
Wow.
on Chris's shoulders. He's got 49 laps to get his way into the playoffs here tonight.
Ford moment.
Oh, boy. What a nail biter.
Oh, Chris Buescher would win the tiebreaker.
2311's Bubba Wallace and RFK Racing's Chris Buescher for that 16th
If they're tied, Chris
final
Buescher
spot
makes the
to contest the final 10 rounds, the playoffs of this 2024 Cup Series. It is Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin with 48 laps to go. Let's go!
Even if he's making this race.
I like Lee Jesse. And they're wrecking.
Here comes Hamlin.
Kyle Larson. Hamlin's ahead. They touch.
Come on, Hamlin.
Heading down the
I
back
just want to
straight
see
here in
something interesting,
Darlington.
please.
Larson is unrelenting. He does not want to relinquish the lead.
Come
he
on,
has
Hamlin.
led for
Be something interesting to
245
watch.
laps tonight and is making life hard for Hamlin. Six times in these guys' racing career at the Cup level, they have finished 1-2. Denny Hamlin has won all 6 of them.
Wow.
Kyle Larson's trying to change that tonight.
And there was 4 or 5 other times that they were going to run 1-2, and there was contact, and one of them didn't make it back around. That's in the back of their minds as well.
Larson.
These two race each other as hard as anyone in the field.
Don't look now. Chase Briscoe's running third.
And Jeff, as hard as you want
Man,
to push
what
right
is
here,
up with
46 to
SHR
go is
today?
forever
Past 2 weeks
at
they've been
Darlington.
good.
If I had to sacrifice though, Briscoe win, because then all of us would have a car in the playoffs.
Oh!
Oh!
Ty Gillen
spun. On the exit of 2.
Whoa!
It started with the 38 sliding up, pushing the
Are we still green?
No,
Okay, no, the yellow stripe's up.
Lucky for the 17 to avoid this.
What happened?
Damn it! I need the 17 to die.
Let's have a look at what happened to the front row motorsports driver.
Yeah, Gillen underneath. Buescher trying to make the pass, gets up the racetrack.
Oh, they both got up the
squeezes Buescher
racetrack,
a little
and then
bit.
Buescher said, "I'm not lifting."
Back
See ya.
down into him.
He did what Shane did yesterday.
Said bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
I don't think it was that bad, but what? You know, when Buescher gets into the wall, he then comes back. You know, hits the wall, then it comes back and hits the 38.
Is Ross a lucky dog at least?
See what damage there is. Now, the good news for Buescher is he's 15th, only 5 cars behind him. You see right here the frustration. This is sports. This is what we love, right? We could talk about technology and strategy and fuel mileage, but in the end, it comes down to the humans driving the race cars. And Chris Buescher, you could see the emotion.
And is there damage, right? That's the concern right now.
I think you could pit, though, Jeff. I'm pitting. I'm 15th already. There's 20 on the lead lap, only 5 behind me. There's 3 hard laps on the tires. That matters here. I would absolutely come if I'm the 17. I like the tire advantage.
We haven't seen very many yellows. We have a ton of tires. Well, I say a ton. 2 or 3 extra sets of tires. I'm coming.
Shane Van
Sure,
Vert.
because I can't be wrong. I can't stay on the racetrack and then have a flat and allow the 23 to outpoint me.
I agree. A couple cars got back on the lead lap right there because they played a strategy. Chase Elliott, I believe he was the first car lap down. So we're going to end up with 21 cars in the lead lap.
Chase Elliott's finally back on the lead lap.
Have fun.
If Buescher pits, he's going to have to find a way to get by several race cars to try to get himself back up.
We're finally getting cautions.
I
don't think it'll be a problem. Matter of fact, I believe a bunch are going to pit.
Ross needs
I
these.
think the back 8 or 10 cars are coming to pit road. I think for Buescher, there's no question.
Please tell me Ross got the wave around.
The damage is just a more.
God fucking damn it.
Kim road open. We'll see it's green right here.
Kim, make sure you tell us when you hear something, won't you, from inside the 17. This is tense stuff.
All right, keep stacking them up.
Intend to come.
They do intend to come, Kim? So the question is, what does Bubba Wallace do? Right, Dave? So you're down there in the 23.
Is he gonna
so
come?
They afford to get 3 laps older tires than the 17.
Mom is the word so far, Steve. They're staying out.
You would think
it's
3
Michael
laps
Jordan.
is nothing, but here it is.
Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
Oh, a lot of guys came. I'm sorry.
What?
But here they
Huh?
go
Guys, what?
from about 8th back.
And there is the 17 of Chris Buescher.
We stayed out, didn't we?
They'll do a quick assessment on this, Kim.
And they said the pictures look okay. They asked about the steering wheel. Chris said it seems okay, somewhat straight, just scuffed up on the right side. They think fresh tires are going to help him, but Chris Buescher absolutely not happy with the 38 of Todd Gillen.
Chris
Felt like he
Buescher's
just
not
fenced
happy.
him for no reason.
That could have been the end of his playoff hopes.
Chris Buescher hates this track. Chris Buescher's leaving this season, never wanted to go back to Darlington.
You know,
He's had
Bubba
so
Wallace
much-
stayed on the racetrack, and unfortunately, there's always
Sorry.
these splits.
It's our
And only a
bad.
car
Our
or 2
bad.
behind him stayed with him. So I know it's only 3 laps,
Sorry.
but we are not at Charlotte or Las Vegas. We are at.
All right,
I mean, this is the
Mr.
tire
Chastain,
grading
time to
This
do
wears
some
tires
crazy
faster
shit.
Than anywhere we go. He has Reddick behind him, but behind Reddick is going to be brand new Goodyear tires. This is going to be a very stressful moment for Bubba Wallace.
The worst thing that you
Dude,
want as a race car
the
driver
dude, we're gonna have another yellow. We're having another yellow within 5 laps.
without tires. Because
They have dudes on fresh shit going around, like driving at Darlington. Yeah, we're wrecking.
tires. It is when you look
Someone's
at
gonna try to run the bottom, get loose, slide up, and kill somebody.
but then everybody else that he's
And I'm hoping it's somebody wrecking and killing Bubba.
And what do you do? How do you defend that? It's almost
Solely because he's
impossible
fighting
to
for
defend it
points.
because they just have more grip than you do.
And hopefully Buescher gets Arca braked and involved as well.
Does he get both his cars in this playoff for the 2024 Cup Championship?
Does the nervous energy at an MJ? It only sets the stage better for me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's so invested. You can tell right there that he's a little pacey. You know, got a little bit of nerves.
But that guy wanted the ball.
That's right.
He wanted to take the shot. Like, he was the one that wanted the basketball at the end of the game to take it. They just took it out of Bubba's hands. Now everybody else has the ball because he has old tires. He can't go. The only thing he can do is go on super offense and try to get people between him and those new tires. But they are going to be coming behind him hard.
The only thing is,
Huh?
remember, with 42 to go, you know, when I say that
They're going to be coming behind him hard.
we'll get the exact count up and down pit road.
Thank you,
You know,
Mr. Announcer Man.
right? So, oh, Dave, you got the man himself.
He is. I looked over at him and I asked him, and he smiled because I know this is why you hired Booty Barker to be the crew chief. You didn't want this job. What do you think now?
I trust him. I think they had a good game plan. I think Bubba has done an
Hey,
unbelievable
it's
job
the
thus
man.
far. I mean,
Michael Jeffrey
still got a
Jordan.
lot
Michael
to go.
Jeffrey
I mean,
Jordan.
Bush is tough. You know, he likes his track. He did well last time here. So I
He
mean,
was mine first. Fuck you.
win shadow range. So he's got to do his
Exactly.
job. You know, he's got to go out and race. You know, barring from any other cautions, I think this is the last time we're going to pit. So
Do you get nervous for him?
I'm absolutely terrified right now because I want him to do well, obviously. And Tyler too. I know Tyler's a little sick, but he's struggling, trying to get through it, and that's what NASCAR is all about. I enjoy it. I don't have basketball anymore, but this this can replace it very easily. I'm excited for today.
I know you text him to challenge him and encourage him. If you could text him right now, what would you tell him?
Well, I mean, everybody wants.
Wait, Ross is in 13th. Ross gets his lap back?
If you want more, it's going to cost more. That means you got to put the effort out there. You got to go out and race. So he understood that. So hopefully he does. Hopefully he can pull this off.
Wise words from team owner, NASCAR fan, and a very nervous Michael Jordan.
Well, that was exactly what he texted Bubba.
I'm
fired up.
Yeah,
I mean, he fired me up. I was already excited. I mean, think about those types of words of encouragement and coaching and where they're coming from.
And if Michael was in the 45, what do you think he would do? He would make that 45 as wide as this racetrack so that Chris Buescher had no way of getting close, or anybody had any way of getting close to the 23.
Well, the story is right here, last pit. Where are the new tires? Right there. 2 spots behind Bubba Wallace. Brand new tires on Bell.
40 laps to go when the green flies here in Darlington. Let's see
Reflag.
how those closing
And the rookie.
shape up. Larson gets a great restart. Hamlin
Restart
pushed
on
him last
Larson, so
time.
does Chase
And here
Briscoe.
comes Chase Briscoe. Briscoe's not
Ross.
done with yet. Look at that move, sweeping around Denny Hamlin
Ross.
as Larson clears them.
Go, Briscoe, go!
What a run off turn
Got
2
it.
that was for Chase
Holy
Briscoe.
shit, Ross
And
is
now he's got
flying.
Larson in his sights, and here comes Chris Buescher, bottom right. Look at this traffic jam.
You see the 20 car underneath Bubba Wallace. He has new tires. This shows you
Exactly.
the difference between new tires and old tires.
Oh,
If Briscoe
Chastain.
wins, none of that matters. He's
Well, Ross was flying, and then he had nowhere to go, and now he's fading. Oh, fuck.
Come on,
Ross,
Briscoe, go!
Ross, do not go 3. Do not go 3. Oh.
Briscoe, go!
Stuart racing Ford, the High Point machine. He got his career best at Darlington last time out with a top 5. And now Chase
Come on,
Briscoe.
Briscoe,
He won
go!
his Xfinity race in spectacular style here.
Oh
And now he's
my
all over
God.
Larson, who just had a bubble.
Larson's loose. You got to take advantage of it.
Take
Chase
advantage of it,
Briscoe's
Briscoe,
solid
come
get
on.
loose. He's got to push him into the corner, make him run
Treat
that
this like
car
it's
harder
one
than
lap
he
to
wants
go every single lap. Come on.
Bottom right, Bush is getting close to Tyler Reddick, which means he's getting close to Bubba Wallace.
Reddick fell off.
Where do we look? Which direction do we look in? It's all happening here at Darlington.
I'm watching bottom right for Ross, because he's by Buescher.
Who makes the playoffs and who doesn't? Buescher on the inside of Reddick.
Ross! Ross! The move! Austin Dillon!
What the
Austin
fuck?
Dillon!
When worlds collide.
Here we come, here we come. Come on, take that top, Reddick. Oh,
The ex-girlfriend's back in the chat. The ex-girlfriend's back in the chat.
Oh!
Oh, Ross.
In successive weeks, we get a win and you're in situation. Harrison
on, Briscoe, go!
in Daytona. Could it be Chase Briscoe here in Darlington?
I got cuffed at New Hampshire.
Hey, can you right rear hook Buescher? Thanks.
Not again.
Please? Please?
We can't do it again.
Get older.
Already did it once.
Please? Pretty
Huge
please?
run for us.
But it would help your teammate. Oh my god, the ex-girlfriend is fighting with the new
Huge run.
girlfriend.
Like what, 15?
Something like that.
Bro,
Oh,
Briscoe
Ross
is running the race of his life.
For 13th and 12th.
tires. He has driven all the way up to 4th, 1.7 seconds back. Can he has enough time. 35 laps is enough time. Briscoe can feel the urgency. He
Briscoe's
has to figure a
feeling
way
it.
by
Come
Larson.
on.
Chris Bush is having a difficult time getting by Tyler Reddick in that bottom box.
Not
Bubba
again.
Wallace sits in 11th and still
Scoot
sits
battling
7
again.
points adrift.
Dude, if Briscoe wrecks you, bro.
Let's have a listen to some
Or, yeah.
Keep the pressure on him, buddy. He's tagged the fence twice. Keep the pressure on him.
That's Tony.
Keep the pressure on him. He's
Tony's on the radio with
Tony!
Briscoe. Tony's on the radio with Briscoe.
Briscoe's doing.
Tony is there.
Tony.
Tony's there on the radio.
Nothing between the top two.
Come on, Briscoe. Don't let the big man bully you down with the Hendrick hierarchy.
Oh, here comes his teammate. Here comes Brad. Brad.
New tires, 19 years in a row, 33 laps.
Ross. Ross. Watermelon.
Morgan machine.
Come on,
Is
Briscoe.
resilient. Kyle has had
I've had to jump ship to Briscoe. I'm an old SHR fan. I need this to happen.
The closest Briscoe has gotten to Larson getting into turn one. Briscoe figured something out.
Ross, not clear. Ross, you're not clear.
I had to switch
Fuck
the
off,
heads.
Bubba. Fuck off, Bubba.
Heads to the SHR.
Oh.
Oh.
Hocevar is dead.
Hocevar again. Significant damage on the front right.
Cautions, breed cautions. Oh, that car is dead.
Christopher Bell. This brings
What
everybody
happened?
closer together.
Jesus.
And from what we just saw with 3-lap pressure tires, I think there is no conversation for anyone on
Reddick
pit
fell
road
off.
Yet. But
He's
to make
17.
the pressure higher, Jeff, you keep talking about it. Now we're at 21 cars in the lead lap. With another free pass, we'll be
Kyle
at
Busch is
22.
P5.
What that means is,
No
if you're Chris
way.
Buescher, 3 and 4 on the last corner, could be 5 positions. That could be eliminating you for the playoffs. You know, you get to a point where there's not enough cars in the lead lap, you start to feel safe. We're going the other way at this point.
Well, they are, but now you have an opportunity for your pit crew to step up. Right now you have an opportunity. To be honest, that's what he needed. Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, he didn't want to see that caution. He was getting everything he needed. Bubba Wallace did want to see it. So everything worked the way we assumed it was going to. It showed tires matter. Go back and look at Carson Hocevar again.
I'm switching
Probably-
heads.
Oh,
Let's
he
go,
had a
Bris.
right front.
Oh, what a
Something
hit!
happened with the right
Oh
front,
my
and I think
God!
Gilliland got it.
See
They
that?
got into him as well.
Yeah, that was.
hit.
Oof.
Todd
That was
Gilliland
gnarly.
was in the wrong spot at the wrong time, unfortunately, and that was a pretty wild ride for
I'm
Carson
switching
Hocevar.
hats tonight.
So Kyle Petty said it earlier.
Uh-oh.
This is a team sport.
Let's go, Briscoe, baby.
And we see it in the shops. We see it on the work, all the work done to prepare the race cars. But now we're getting ready to see it on pit road. Now we're getting ready to see which team is ready for this moment. Which team can step up, get their guy out of pit road in the lead, or pick up spots.
All right, Trackhouse, one team. Let's fucking just do this like shit like cars. Just like throw the tires in the air and just.
Think about Bubba Wallace.
We gotta
getting
come
the
in,
pole.
because
And
our
I
car
mentioned
is
earlier, hours ago, about how the #1 pit stall was almost a disadvantage under green.
Ross stays out. I'm gonna shit myself.
For these situations, you know this race has these long green flag runs, but history would say we have these cautions. And now only being 22 feet from that camera. Drop the jack, you roll forward, you get scored. That could be one position. Then you multiply that in the choose. It moves you up another row. It can change the outcome of a race just by 1 or 2 spots off the pit lane. Close call earlier for Chris Buescher with Todd Gilliland. He was able to escape that, dive in, get fresh
Kyle- yeah,
tires,
he's
no
right.
damage done
Austin's
to his
right.
17.
Kyle Busch is in prime position to win.
BuildSubmarines.com Ford. Here they come, Kimmy.
Everyone
Not
comes
like
down the
this.
road.
Yes, and Scott Graves.
Oh!
Oh.
Chastain stayed out!
Focused on a nice smooth
Chastain!
saying he was a little rear, but not much that run.
The hell Melon
Adjustments
happened?
on that machine, Marty.
Kyle Larson said it was way too loose on that run. Cliff Daniels going to answer with a chassis adjustment. He also asked if the 14 wins, how does that change the playoff picture? He wants to know everything.
They're going for broke. They're going for broke.
Just don't tighten me up. Bubba Wallace, so tight, so tight. He needs a big adjustment on the 23 as his crew now goes to work. Michael Jordan nervous for his driver. How nervous is he for the pit crew? As to now, they go for 4 here. Bubba was 13th when he came in.
Larson and
Cars go
Briscoe
by
had the
him
same
here.
stop.
He's like,
Oh my God! Briscoe! Come on,
2
Briscoe!
positions gained by Gibbs.
Wait, Priest!
Busch
Barry!
lost 1. Barry
Where's all these
gained 1.
SHR
Big
cars
jump
coming from?
Austin Dillon. This race.
Oh God, Ross. Oh God, Ross. Oh no.
This race, the win and a playoff spot is going to be decided in the last 29 laps.
Yes, and we know we've talked about the point battle all night long.
Ross is gonna die.
2 guys that can spoil it. Chase Briscoe He wins. He gets in.
Holy,
Kyle Busch,
he's gonna get
wins,
run
he
over
gets
by
in,
these guys with the
and
tires.
They are both in position.
You may have noticed when everybody was diving for pit road, Ross Chastain swerved right and kept his Busch Chevy out on track. Kim?
Yes, and Chastain staying
What a
out. Remember,
move.
he came down on lap 324. This again was another Hail Mary type call. Phil Surgeon, the crew chief, telling him you only have 9 laps on those tires. The call.
That's
was
true.
watermelon.
That's right, because he pit. That's
They're
right.
still pretty fresh. They're still pretty Oh, fuck.
That's right, because when he pit
afterwards, listen.
That's
All right, man, what you got balance-wise? What you need? I'm so tight. I'm so tight. I know it's because it's 3 starts and I got to push hard. Our balance is tight. I get it. But, man, I can't do anything.
Here's the twist. He was silent on the radio for nearly a minute after that. And then he came back to the crew. Okay, I'm back. Bubba has to do work inside the car, inside the helmet to win races. He knows that, and he was doing it right there.
This is massive pressure. So much on the
Holy
line.
fuck, Ross. Holy fuck, Ross.
Michael Jordan.
This is some stupid shit I do.
This DJ, Kyle, unbelievable.
We have what, like 23 laps to go?
I think we're about 23-ish to
for
go.
the Southern 500.
Ross.
But the
Wait,
complexion of the
who's the other car up there?
That's Gus Casbrella. He's 32 laps down.
Oh, he's gonna go to the back.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
he stayed
stressful.
out,
We
so
talk
that way
about
he
the
could try to
stress.
at least get
You know,
one of his
they've
laps back.
conditioned themselves
It was
for
32
races
laps.
like this.
Oh God, Ross, don't die.
Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs. Oh no, Christopher Bell,
and the
Kyle
pressure's
Busch.
going up. These
This
guys
is
on
a
pit road have just been in a rhythm. Just been in a rhythm. And now
With the chaos of Ross Chastain up front.
Ross is gonna get sent into the wall by Kyle Larson again.
I'm gonna crash out.
I can feel the tension up here.
Yeah,
Come on, Ross.
We're not even in contention at this
You know, the
point.
choose is
Reddick
normally
just
which lane is
chilling.
better.
You're behind Logano.
We're chilling. We're not even really
I know what you do
fighting
if you're
anymore.
Larson,
We
but
were.
behind Larson, where do you dare restart?
All right, choose
If you're Briscoe, you got
Ross goes top.
There you go. Even Hamlin's
Oh, everyone's going bottom. Oh Lord.
Bottom because they did not want to be behind Chastain.
behind Ross Chastain. And even further behind, everybody's going to the bottom.
Everyone's
Oh
going to
my.
the
How
bottom.
this works.
No
right? The
one wants to
restart
be
rule.
behind
The
Chastain.
one is the leader of the race. So he enters the restart zone. He has the option to decide.
Ross, you need the restart of a lifetime, brother.
The first line to the second. I'm a big fan. I've said it forever.
19th.
Go early. I want you to go way back here. As soon as you get into the zone, I want you to go.
Back-to-back
Now, the
weeks of
problem
butter
is if he
Dookie
goes
finishes.
and spins the tires, he may not look like he's accelerating, but Kyle
I forgot who I
Larson can
picked for
hear
my
that. And
fantasy.
once
If I picked Ryan
he
Blaney, I'm
once
about
he
to be
steps
mad.
on the throttle, Larson can go.
Hardy?
And Cliff Daniels wanted to remind Kyle Larson of the desperation that's sitting right beside him on the
There's
front row.
desperation
Listen.
from 2 cars.
Going on to the guys around you on obviously the situation that they're in. You know the situation that they're in. At the end of the day, for us, execute the job that you need to do.
A fascinating
There is a
restart
car
coming up,
beside him
Jeff.
that needs to win to get in the playoffs.
Steve, you
There's a
said
car behind
if
him that
Ross
needs to
Chastain
win to
spins
get into the
tires,
playoffs.
Ross Chastain
And then there's
will
Denny
spin the
Hamlin.
tires.
All right, here's where Larson plays blocker for the watermelon.
Kyle Larson has
Chastain
to take
wins, Gibbs
advantage
gets
of
in on
that,
that 16
and Ty
points,
Gibbs
Busch and Walls
has
are
to
out.
be aware and not run into the back.
Come on, Ross.
Get ready.
Here we go.
26 laps to go. Ross Chastain
26
in the
laps of chaos.
doing whatever he can.
We've
to try and
huge
stay
start.
Let's
Huge
go,
start
Ross.
for Ross.
Let's go, Ross.
But everybody that he's surrounded by on fresh
Ross blocks the
tires.
bottom.
Here we go. Gibbs on that high line.
Ty
Larson on
Gibbs.
the low line. Briscoe feels he has a chance. Gibbs is looking good on points to make it. Briscoe wants to race his way in like
Briscoe's
Chastain
right there
does.
too.
Here goes
Huge
Briscoe
run
on
for
the
Briscoe.
inside. The big move from Chase
Holy
Briscoe.
move.
This could be
Oh God. Oh God.
Briscoe got it. Oh
Holy
my God.
shit, Pace Briscoe.
The one of Chastain got an amazing start, better than I expected.
Yo!
54 kind of paid that off, but what a move by the 14 down the backstretch.
Holy
That was
shit,
epic.
Briscoe.
Chastain did a great job of keeping speed into that restart zone, still falling back on those old tires. But
In shades
look
of
at
Tony
Kyle Busch in
Stewart.
that A-car. Briscoe trying to check out, but Kyle Busch, he wants to play. Ever since the Olympic break, RCR has been getting better. Lee couldn't be Bush's day. We haven't seen him most of the
Holy
night.
crap, Briscoe.
He was on
Oh
that
my
strategy
God.
earlier of Denny Hamlin, but just not as effective to get as high up the order as Denny was. And look
Oh,
at
we're
this,
three.
Oh.
We're three.
Keep
Oh,
him in the
man.
wall.
Oh.
Dylan's
Ty
wrecking.
Gibbs. Ty Gibbs.
Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry.
Bubba's
Oh,
in
the
it.
big one. Daniel Suarez.
Wallace's playoff hopes.
Bubba's done.
Trying to dodge the carnage.
Bubba's done, dude. Oh, holy shit. Oh my god. Cautions, breed cautions.
Bubba's done.
Bubba's play. Oh, that's huge for Ross.
How badly
Austin
damaged
Dillon.
is that 23?
Dude, that right side's shredded.
Or not? This is far from ideal for Bubba Wallace.
Busher's like, holy fuck, thank you, Ty Gibbs is dead.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs is
Good news
dead.
is it's rolling. He didn't have to get assistance back. All 4 tires aired up.
Took a really big shot square to the bumper. You all right?
Square to the bumper is actually better. The weakness on this car
Holy
is really
kill.
the right and left rear toe link as far as mechanically. Now, without a doubt, Arrow has got major issues, but the first thing is, can you
What
complete
even
laps?
happened? Was it?
'Cause
Yeah, they
Buescher
went
still
3
has
and
to
then
finish this race as well.
Josh Berry got sent to the wall.
Watch this. How did it unfold?
Josh Berry squeezed to
Josh Berry
3.
pushing his
Oh,
way to the
Berry.
middle of Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs. Keep watching it.
Yeah, 3 wide into turn 1.
And then Suarez turned Dylan.
Never works.
All Bubba
It's just
Arkenbrig.
not enough room. Somebody had to lift there. Josh Berry extremely aggressive, shooting the middle here. And too wide through there, Steve, is difficult. And now they just all stack into each other. And Bubba
I love
Wallace
it.
doing a
Goodbye,
really
Barry.
Nice job
Oh.
front end contact, but then Noah Gregson nowhere to go. He was
Oh,
the one to make
dang.
the heavy
Like 3 of the
contact
SHR
back
cars
to
got
the
involved in that.
23. So you see right here, flames out
Was
the pipes,
Priest
he's on
involved
the
in
brakes,
that?
some front end contact. But
I think
don't
so.
this
Yep,
was
3
enough
of the
to
4
kinda end it.
SHR cars got
Right,
involved
you're
in
gonna
it.
see him running
Barry,
into 24. I mean, it's not great.
Braxton,
but then right there,
boom.
the big shot by the 10.
Ryan Priest. Ooh, Ryan
Priest might be alright.
So
Priest is fine.
easy in
Priest
slow
is fine.
motion, what you can do different. Let's
Here's
ride
Bubba.
on board. Even the front end contact, you saw the hood buckle. So, you know, the damage probably a little more severe than I initially thought.
And while we've been consumed with where Bubba Wallace has been and Chris Buescher for that final spot, what changed the whole complexion of it was Chase
Dude,
Briscoe
Daniel Suarez
with
just
the move
sent
of
it.
the race.
Oh,
Look at
and
Yeah.
it's Michael Jordan's view.
here when he saw Bubba right in the
Michael's
middle
like,
of
well,
all
we're
of
done.
that.
Yeah, he knows what that means. But to your point,
Fuck.
Well,
you know, a
at least we got one car in the
win.
playoff.
Briscoe win.
It takes this away.
Yeah, this
Oh, dude, that nose is
Dude, that
caved.
move, dude, that move was
54,
all
Ty
for
Gibbs,
nothing
who was
now
also involved in that,
because
to
Kyle
get
Busch
that
is going to
16th
send him.
final position. What a move
That was an
by
awesome
Chase
move, though.
Briscoe.
God,
He's
I
done.
love Chase Briscoe.
That was if not, dude.
Shades of
He's
Tony
gonna be crazy in the 19 next year. I think Briscoe is a multi-winner next year in the 19. He's gonna be in good equipment. I think he wins multiple races. I see 2. I say 2 at the minimum. 1 to 2. 1 to 2. Minimum.
Up on pace. And really, if you're Chris Buescher in 10th,
It's a
you
Gibbs
start
car.
asking yourself, can you risk being in the next restart?
Well, to be
which
fair,
is an
that Gibbs
awkward
car right now has
conversation,
0 wins
but,
behind Unk.
You know,
Yeah, but Truex is
they
also
have to
like
ask
ancient.
themselves, do they think they need
It's
to win the
Unk.
race? They're riding
Truex is
around in
Unk.
10th. Because as you pointed out, Lee,
Dude, what a,
you know, a Briscoe win or a Kyle Busch.
So how does that stir up the playoff points bubble?
Well, Bubba has
think the
damage.
17 could just
I
sit
don't know if
back.
he's
I mean, we
out. I think
still
we just see him
have
pull up.
21 laps to go.
Ty Gibbs got
All right,
absolutely
let's take you
dumped
back
by
and
William
show you
Byron. in
the
that
move.
right.
Is it the
Yeah, we'll see
defining
here if
move
they
of
pull
the
up, play
race?
the record
Check
again.
this
Yeah,
out.
watch
Chase
Ty
Briscoe
Gibbs.
with the
Yeah, Ty Gibbs got
slingshot.
killed.
See ya.
Oh, Ty Gibbs, that's a
Here
fading
I
back.
come, and here I
Dude,
go.
what a
And
move.
Larson and Gibbs got side by side, trying to deal with Chastain, who had older tires, and they just lost the momentum. See right here, they
Chase
just
Briscoe
get
said,
slow.
"Oh my nuts."
Chase Briscoe did a nice
My nuts
job.
do indeed
Brought
hang.
enough back, Steve, to take advantage of it. Goes to the bottom. and we've
my hat
seen
is still on the
good
Chase
pace
Briscoe
in that
side. Come
14
on,
car
Chase.
all night on short runs.
Look at him go.
And you see
Yeah,
the
look at that. They were
excitement
rooting
on
for
top
him.
of the box. This crew, we talk about emotion. This company is shutting down. They're not around.
We just want at
a
least
race
one
win.
more
These
win
guys
with
are,
the Ford team
are
to
battling
send it
for,
off. That's really all I want.
livelihood.
Ross is still in the pit. Oh, Ross is coming pit road.
We've seen this split
I feel
decision.
for
Kyle Busch, he
Busch came
loves
down
brand
pit
new
road.
tires, and I love this
this call. And this could
Ty Gibbs is rolling still.
Oh, so he must have just got dumped.
And there was heavy debate on whether or not to bring
What
the
it-
one car of Ross
Or he's got
Chastain.
damage and he's just out there rolling. It's hard to tell on those monster cars.
Grip level down is what
That's why
Ross reported, Marty.
Got nothing to lose here for Denny Hamlin coming down pit road with 4 fresh Goodyear tires because they knew that other cars would pit. Ty Gibbs for now safe in the playoffs, but they're going to sit here and check the damage on the 54 car, Dave.
The 8 appears unscathed. He's going for 4 tires and fuel and send it back out there. Who would have thought Kyle Busch would have had a chance? I bet I can tell you who. Kyle Busch thought Kyle Busch had a chance.
Kyle
And they've got
Busch
him
thought
up front
Kyle Busch
where
had
it
a
counts now. Catching up with Richard Boswell on top of the 14 box. First of all, what a move by your guy.
Yeah, I can't say enough about Chase. You know, he promised us last week that he was going to bring everything he had all night tonight. And he's an amazing race car driver. You know, there's 323 employees at Stewart-Haas Racing that didn't ask for the nonsense that's going on all year. And we want to win a damn race. And we want to do it for all those employees. And this one we can control, and we're going to do our very best tonight to control it and try and make those 323 employees proud.
Did you have any idea as the race unfolded early, Richard, that the car would be this good?
No, I knew we'd be good here. You know, we were good here in the fall race last year and in the spring race this year, and I knew Chase was in kill mode. And I know when we get him in that spot, he's as good as anybody I've ever seen. So just super proud of him, super proud of this team. Pit crew has absolutely stepped up tonight. Super proud of them. Engineers, chief, everyone on this team's just done an amazing job. So just trying and figure it out, finish it out in these last 19 laps.
Racers know how to race. What a show.
And how about the winless streaks that could be broken here? 73 races since Stuart Haas last had a win. How about Kyle Busch? 46 and 93. That's since Phoenix. His only win in Cup for Chase Briscoe. It could be a victory here for either of these guys that gets them in to the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs starting next week in Atlanta. We couldn't ask for a more dramatic ending to the Southern 500.
So many storylines. We have Briscoe, as you pointed out, but you have Priest in 4th, Buescher 5th, Keselowski 6th. Elliott and Logano found their way back into the top 10.
why are they up
Kyle
here?
Busch on those
No.
tires. Last time he had
They must have they stayed out. Must be.
right into the top 5.
We're 12.
I mean, 19
we're not doing
laps to
too
go is a
bad.
long time. The other side to this is how many more restarts will we see? Tire count.
Hopefully more. I hope we see more wrecks that don't involve the one.
Teams. Some only have 1 or 2 sets left in the race. So, you know, when are you going to put on the last set? It never ends. It doesn't matter what the first 2 stages of the Southern 500. Those are like the survival modes.
Yeah.
You just have to get to this place. Think about the team. Look at Corey LaJoie in 11th.
Like of all people, Ryan Priest in the 41 fucking steals a win.
Right at the tail end of the lead lap. I mean, we have so many different players in this field.
That to you.
Elliott's lap down. We saw him run in the 20s
I've seen
most
it.
of the night.
Fucker.
Series of caution, some smart
Hate that
strategy.
motherfucker for that.
Got him back in the game. And when
Apparently,
we saw Kyle
the
Busch
regular
pit,
season
he is
standings
the first
points,
car,
Kyle Larson
all
beats
tires.
us by
He's going to
4.
restart 9th.
We are 4 points
All right,
behind
Briscoe
Kyle Larson.
picked the top. Yep. That gives Larson the bottom of the racetrack.
What's Burgers doing up here? Hello?
What the fuck?
Let's talk more up
Burgers
about
is
Kyle
up here,
Larson.
man.
Let's be honest here. The 5 and the 14 are gonna wreck each other. The Bell's probably gonna win this race.
Oh, I don't want to see the sweep.
Me either. That'd be 2 sweeps. I would have had to watch 2 fucking sweeps. I don't want to watch that. Because didn't he sweep New Hampshire too?
Yes, he swept New Hampshire.
By Billy Scott after Tyler Reddick has been sick all night long.
It's the
earned
fact
him
that there's 2
regular
SHR
season
cars
title.
up front now.
Another thing to watch in these final 18 laps.
All right, Ross. Just put that fucker up against the wall and send it.
Priest gets in the playoffs just for him to be around a 16 exit.
14 radio.
We can do this. Keep telling yourself that. We've got this. You're taking the green with
Come on, Chase Briscoe. Do it for SHR one more time.
We got this.
Besides Kevin, you are the last winner at SHR.
Ryan Priest.
For Cup,
Stuart
anyway.
Haas'
For
teammate is back on that
Xfinity,
second
it's
row.
Riley
Race
Herbst
car
right
off.
now.
Track is clear. The green will fly with 17 to go here in Darlington. For the win of the Southern 500.
Come
All right,
on,
Ross.
Chase Briscoe.
Drive it like you stole it.
To the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. How ready is
flag.
Briscoe
Larson didn't go. Larson didn't go.
gets a flyer. Watch that yellow and black car. The 8 of
Here comes Kyle.
on the inside of Keselowski. Now lining
Kyle
up
with a
Priest.
huge run on the
He goes
bottom.
to the inside of Priest. Christopher Bell is out chasing Briscoe. A great start by the 14 Jeff, matched by the
Someone's blowing up back. Oh no, I think it's just somebody with damage, fucking scraping.
Come on, Briscoe, go!
Ross, top of 3.
Briscoe, don't let Bell do what he did in the Xfinity Series. Go!
Huh?
Huh?
3 laps, fresher tires, and a long winless streak on the line.
Come on, Briscoe, go!
Here comes Kyle Busch.
The 263 laps led tonight. Looks like nothing versus the 8. Heartbreak last week for Kyle Busch.
Larson is gone.
Here we go,
Larson's
inside
dead.
Christopher Bell.
But Kyle Busch is flying.
The last 2 races, he's finished in the top 5. There's real momentum with this 8 team at Richard Childress Racing.
Come on, Chase Briscoe, go! Wait, Joey Logano.
2 guys in the top 2.
No.
If they win, they're in.
Come on, you gotta do work your marks, Briscoe. You've done it here before against Kyle.
Multi-time champ, future Hall of Famer, and has made the playoffs the last 11 years straight. He's got to make this work.
Shades of 2020, Chase Briscoe versus Kyle Busch.
Tires right now. I agree, Jeff. The longer they run,
The last time we
the
did
newness
that,
goes
Chase
away.
Briscoe
They
won it.
definitely equalize, and Chase Briscoe is not going to make this easy. And the closer Busch gets to Briscoe, the worse his car is going to drive.
Come on, Briscoe, you gotta do it.
Briscoe shot out of a cannon on the restart. So impressive. That was a really good corner. 1 and 2 for Kyle Busch.
Reddick is just
He needs to run a
probably
little
12th
lower.
or
He
11th.
should be able to run
Reddick
lower
is just
with
nowhere to be
Briscoe
found.
with these
Top
newer
10.
tires. That'll give him clean air also. This lap will be the telltale.
We're 12th. Okay, we're
How
behind
much
him.
faster for the 8. We need a 10th and a half if he wants a chance. That time
Come
by
on,
about
Briscoe.
a half a tenth. The math
I'm grabbing my
says
Harvick can.
that's not fast enough. 13 to go here at Darlington. Chase Briscoe, Kyle Busch.
An old fan comes
It's
back.
a 2-driver, 2-car race to make it into the playoffs.
As much as I like Kyle Busch, this is gonna be
there you go.
an absolute bittersweet moment.
Lower like you asked, Jeff, but I thought
No, I don't like Kyle Busch. Fuck Kyle Busch.
loose right there. Ran that high line. A little bit loose off the corner.
I want another caution so Ross has another shot at this. Who's gonna get desperate first? Someone's gonna get desperate, and we're gonna have another yellow. We're having another restart.
11 laps to go next time by. 500 miles. And the margin between the top 2 is 0.4 of a second.
Come on,
But that
Briscoe.
was
Just
a
run
big
your marks.
advantage.
Don't
Kyle
overrun
that
it.
time
Don't
in 3
overdo
and
it.
4.
You're
That
fine.
lead is working, holding even in 1 and 2. Over a 10th of a second gain. It seems like the newer tires are still holding on. Kind of broke even in 1 and 2, maybe a little
Do
bit
it for
better
SHR,
by Busch. Now
Briscoe,
he's gotta
come
run
on.
that Logan line again. Briscoe blocks him. He goes to the bottom.
Briscoe's taking away that
Is
air.
Kyle Busch going to be denied in back-to-back weeks? Is he going to do something about it?
Briscoe, oh,
He's
Busch
drawing
caught him.
Closer to Chase Briscoe. There's only 2.5 tenths of a second in it.
10 to go.
Briscoe tried to take the air away from him, but he went slower.
Oh,
doing
Chastain
that. He's got a
passed
decision to make.
Legay boy.
We're still sitting 12th.
I think
Joy took
I think you're Briscoe. You got to go back to the top over here in 3 and 4.
Well, Ross, even if you don't make the playoffs, it was a good run tonight.
Still so much time. Oh, I love the high entry for the 8. He'll turn down the hill, get the run, and he'll have the momentum on the 14.
Come on, Briscoe,
The
come
fans are
on.
their feet, Lee. 9 laps to go here in Darlington. Not only to win the Southern 500, but to win your way into the playoffs.
You've done this before, Briscoe. Do it again.
All right, so this time, Briscoe guessed. What's he gonna do? This time he goes to the top.
Oh no.
I think this is what Briscoe has to do. I think it's gonna be difficult for Kyle Busch to pull the pass off on the exit of 4. I know you hate to do it. You hate to give him clean air, but you're just gonna have to prove to me that you can drive underneath me. The 2-time Cup Series champion is chasing down a driver who has 1 Cup victory. And he's within a car length, maybe 2 behind Chase Briscoe.
Come on, Briscoe.
8 to go.
Traffic in front, just out of the frame. The 54 of Ty Gibbs going to try to get out of the way. Classy move. Let these two figure it out.
Yeah, I love what Briscoe did right there. He ran the line that he's the fastest in. Busch tried to run up there with him. It did not work. Briscoe needs to stay to the top,
Briscoe.
3 and 4.
Come on, Briscoe.
Get back to the bottom.
A week ago, after finishing second to Harrison Burton, Kyle Busch said, my only option was to wreck him. I wasn't going to do it. Does he still feel the same way here at Darlington?
We're going to know right now if Kyle Busch has enough, because he did exactly what he needed to do. Briscoe did what he needed to do, and Briscoe still was able to maintain pace.
Hey, fellas, back in 2020 when Chase Briscoe won that Xfinity Series race, who did he fend off?
Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch.
This is what I was referring to.
Can Busch get revenge for that here tonight?
No. Come on, Briscoe. This is probably our last chance to get a win with SHR. Come on.
Him to be closer at this end of the racetrack. The 14 right on the wall, but he can't touch it.
See, that's where Briscoe's
5 to go.
He's better up top. Off of 4, he just is able to carry that momentum. Think about Richard Childress right now. The disqualification of Austin Dillon winning it at Richmond.
We're top 10. We took 10th away from
the loss
Reese.
last week, Kyle Busch. I mean, Richard Childress has been on a roller coaster ride.
Four to go.
Top that time, coming to 4 to go. It was an advantage.
Briscoe's blocking him.
Chase Briscoe to handle this pressure that has been relentless pretty much since the restart with the storming Kyle Busch.
Who's that lap car? Oh,
Suarez.
Hi, Daniel Suarez. 3 to go.
Oh, good run by Busch right here. Mason Ford momentum on him.
3 laps to go.
Briscoe, just run your marks.
And just under 0.3 of a second between these two.
Briscoe got in too low that time. Allowed Busch to make a little bit of gain on him.
This sellout crowd has been treated to one heck of a finish, and it's not over yet.
Oh, touch the wall once.
Here comes Kyle Busch.
2 laps to go. Come on. Come on, Briscoe. Come on. Just run your marks, Briscoe. Run your marks. Do it for Tony.
These two were beating and banging on each other 4 years ago in the Xfinity Series race. And it was Briscoe who came
No.
Now look at Kyle Busch on that low line. And he hits the wall. Briscoe
No.
There is nothing between these two.
Well, that to go. Come on. Come on, Briscoe. Go.
1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank. Can Briscoe
Come on, Briscoe. Come on.
Or has Kyle Busch got something? Both
We
guys
need it
are
for you,
gonna
Briscoe.
break
Come on.
A very long winless streak. But who will it be?
Come on, Briscoe. Come on.
Kyle Busch throwing everything
Nope.
at Chase
Not gonna
Briscoe.
work. Not gonna work.
It's a win. And you're
Come on,
in.
Briscoe. Take the checkered flag.
And the 29
Chase Briscoe. Holy shit.
Welcome to the playoffs, DJ.
2 weeks in a row, we have been treated to a win and you're in. This time, it's Chase Briscoe.
God, it's so good, dude. Holy smokes.
How cool is that?
I don't care if Dawson's mad. I don't care.
There's
Go
only
Briscoe,
10
man.
races left from here on for the Stewart Haas Racing Corporation. And Chase Briscoe just raced his way into the playoffs. That's how much it means right there.
Let's go, DJ!
I'm crying and driving, dude. We fucking won!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Hell yeah, DJ.
We fucking did it, dude.
Credit to Kyle Busch.
Welcome to the playoffs, Chase Briscoe.
Amazing final run.
Yeah, baby!
Yes, dude.
So you partying with us tonight? Is that what I'm hearing?
What an end to 2024 it is for
I'm on my way to Monroe. I'm sorry, but I had the race on my phone as I was driving, and the whole time I was at work.
What a battle. What a battle.
What a car. What a fucking team, dude.
What a win for Briscoe. He did it again.
We fucking did it, dude. We fucking did it.
You know, Kyle Busch, 63 wins,
Oh
2
my
championships.
God.
That resume
The team got that probably last win.
amazing.
Let's go in shades of Tony Stewart,
He
2011.
gets the opportunity, he puts it on display, and these fans
And they're playing Pantera. Hell yeah.
all standing and cheering him on as he salutes.
I'm letting you know right now, DJ, I grabbed my Harvick hat and I held it up high.
I couldn't stop screaming. We fucking did it.
Amazing how the end of these races.
It sounds like you're losing your voice there, boss.
You said it, Lee.
Don't doubt it.
480 miles. Here we are racing like.
And do that, Oh, Briscoe. I think Busch is out of the playoffs. Is he?
Courtesy
Ross is out. That's why I said I'm getting my sombrero. I gotta get my sombrero out to cheer on mi amigo.
So Ty Gibbs and Chase Briscoe make the playoffs. So Buescher and Bubba are out.
Yep.
Let's go, Briscoe!
And by the way, the drama continues. The points are in, and Tyler Reddick has won the regular.
We won the regular season!
No way.
Yeah! Regular season champions, baby! We did it, DJ!
We fucking did it, dude.
Forget Hendrick! Forget the Hendrick patriarchy! We did it!
We fucking did.
Oh yeah, you probably don't want to talk to Dawson for us tonight. He's fuming. Dawson is fuming right now. I'd probably just stay with us because we're not mad at anything. I'm excited, dude.
I want to hear this. Hold on.
I'm keeping my mouth shut in the chat. I don't care. I'm sorry. Look at him. He's doing what he did. Yes. Yes, dude.
Come on.
Oh my
Same
God.
just the emotion.
Same competitor.
Unquestioned the biggest win of his career.
All right, I'm going to play Martyr. Congrats, DJ.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
The crew congratulating.
Oh my God.
Marissa and his son coming in.
My childhood
tears
cannot
as
have
well.
a happy note.
Looks like we both had something go our way today. We won the regular season by 1 point. Oh yeah, Dawson.
Today was such a shit day from the start. Just to end it with that.
Chase, how much of this was for you and how much of this was for the 300 plus employees at Stewart-Haas who don't have a job at the end of the year?
Both. Last week was the most embarrassing race I've ever ran in my life, and I told Richard, I said, I don't even want to talk about it. I promise you I will make it up to you next week. And just
93 race win streak.
Man, everybody knows I'm a diehard Tony Stewart fan, and to get this 14 car back in victory lane, and for all 320 something employees to be able to race for a championship in their final year is man, unbelievable. So yeah, God is just so good. It's like deja vu there at the end with Kyle with the Xfinity race here in 2020, and I was so loose I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it, but yeah, just can't thank highpoint.com, Mander Tractors, Rush Truck Centers, Renai, Zep, just everybody that makes the steel go round, and go to Atlanta and try to steal another one.
What does this say about you and the entire 14 team that you never, number one, gave up, but number two, never quit on each other?
What
We're good.
race.
I mean, the
I thought
day
this
that
race
we
was going
found
to be
out
boring. Man,
that,
what a
the
race.
team wasn't going to exist anymore, we went over to the shop floor and we all looked at each other and said, we're in this to the end. We're not going to give up. And we kept saying all week we got one bullet left in the chamber, and that bullet hit.
Kyle Busch was catching you. Was that the hardest you've driven in your entire life?
Yeah, I was sideways counter steering. Felt like I was in a sprint car. So, yeah, just this night just literally went perfect. You know, the pit crew did an incredible job, and I was crying. Like after the checkered, I just wanted to
somebody else that was crying, and for a good reason.
What makes this race so special is all you race fans. Every time we come here, it's sold out. It's awesome, and we love you guys. And last time I went here was during COVID, so I didn't get experience with the fans. So grateful that you guys are here, and yeah, can't wait to celebrate.
For a driver who loves the history of racing, this one means a lot on so many levels for Chase Briscoe, now a playoff participant, Dave.
Kyle, your team gave you the fresher rubber.
Well,
Did you think
Kyle's
that'd
not
be
making
enough?
the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I did. When I made it through a few of those guys right there on the start, I thought we'd have a shot to get there, and I think I just needed him to have maybe 3 or 4 more laps, older tires for me to be able to break through the wake. Once I got
driving, check the
within his
Dealers
air,
450
I really didn't have enough to power through that to get closer. I was kind of sliding already. So hate it for our guys, everybody on our team, everybody at RCR.